And now, Mystery Theater, brought to you in part by True Value Hardware, your store of first choice.
Come in. Welcome. I am E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the sound of suspense. Welcome to the fear you can hear. But mostly to the world of terrifying imagination. In the story you're about to hear, the heroine is a young woman of 77 who has reached her golden years with her sense of independence intact, with a spryness to her limbs, very good vision, and excellent hearing. But as you are about to learn, there are times when hearing well is not a blessing.
I did it, Mrs. Canby. Are you listening to me? I killed Richardson.
Oh.
I did it. Me.
No, I don't want to hear it, Mr. Paulson, please. Please don't tell me about it. Please.
Our mystery drama, The Old Ones Are Hard to Kill, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Agnes Moorehead. And now, here's Act One of The Old Ones Are Hard to Kill. It begins with a stethoscope, a blood pressure reading, an electrocardiogram, and an altogether satisfying report on the health of Mrs. Ada Canby.
Well, can't see a thing to complain about, Ada. That little congestion you had last time is all cleared up. All in all, I'd say you're doing fine.
For a woman my age, you mean? Huh?
The older the chicken, the tougher it is to kill. That's what my grandmother used to tell me, and she lived to be 98. Speaking of relatives, you see much of Walter?
My grandson? Oh, the usual once-a-year visit. And he always comes up with the same complaint.
What's that?
That I shouldn't be living all alone.
That big house of yours must get pretty lonely sometimes.
Well, the truth is, Dr. George, I'm not alone there.
You're not?
I decided to take in a boarder last month.
Really?
I haven't written Walter about it. I'm sure he'd object to my taking in a stranger, but there's really nothing wrong with Mr. Paulson, except his health, maybe.
His health? What's wrong with him?
Oh, the poor man's had a terrible cold for the past 2 weeks. Won't let me do a thing for him, though.
Well, where did you meet this Mr. Paulson?
He answered the ad I ran. He's just back from South America. Been living in Brazil 3 years. He's a very nice gentleman, really. He keeps himself and tends his birds. He has the loveliest blue parakeets. You can hear them chirping all over the house. Oh, it's the friendliest sound.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with what you're doing, Ada. Just make sure you don't go and catch the man's cold.
There's not much chance of that. Poor man hardly ever leaves his room. Well, how much do I owe you?
I'll send you the bill.
I'm sure you'll forget all about it. Promise me you'll send it. Oh, dear. Mr. Paulson? Are you all right?
Yes, Mrs. Canby. I'm all right.
Well, that cough sounds worse than ever to me. Why don't you let me fix you a little hot milk and honey?
No, thank you, Mrs. Canby. Thanks very much. I'm going to try to get some sleep.
Well, all right, if you say so. I guess it's time I was in bed myself. Oh, my, listen to that poor man. wonder if he keeps his birds awake, too.
Mrs. Canby, please.
For
Please.
heaven's sake, is he calling me?
Mrs. Canby.
He is calling me. I'm coming, Mr. Paulson. Oh, no. Where are those darn slippers? I'll be right there. What is it, Mr. Paulson? What's the matter?
Mrs. Canby.
Mr. Paulson, just look at you. Why didn't you tell me you were so sick? I would have called a doctor.
No, too late now. Too late.
I know a very good doctor. I saw him only this afternoon. I'll go and call him right now.
No, please, listen to me.
Well, I've got to get help for you, Mr. Paulson.
I'm dying. Confession.
Wait, do you want a priest? Is that what you want?
Richardson murdered 10 years ago.
What?
Murder. I did it. I killed him for money. I was paid. Did you hear me?
Oh, Lord. Mr. Paulson, do you know what you're saying?
Do you understand me? Lindell is innocent. I killed Richardson, not Lindell.
Well, let me get help. And you can tell them yourself, Mr. Paulson, the police and the doctor.
You tell them, please. Tell them to free Lindell. He's innocent. Tell them I'm the one who killed Richardson 10 years ago.
Oh, I don't know anything about such things, and I don't want to know.
I did it. I killed Richardson. I did it.
I don't want to hear it. I don't. Please don't tell me. Please, Mr. Paulson. Mr. Paulson. Oh, dear God, I think he's gone. Listen to those poor little birdies. I suppose they miss poor Mr. Paulson. I'll lay them in his room. Well, let's see about this letter now. Dear Walter, I hope you don't mind my turning to you for advice, but I really don't know what to do. It's been 3 days since my boarder, Mr. Paulson, passed away, and I still haven't told the police what the man said to me. I just can't bring myself to get mixed up in anything like this. Dear, what's the use of writing Walter? He'll probably think I've dreamed it all up. No, I'll just forget it. Only how do you forget such a thing? Those names, I keep hearing them. Richardson, Lindell. Lindell is innocent. Oh, dear God, what if it's all true? If Mr. Paulson actually murdered this Richardson and Lindell is innocent? Only, well, who are they? I wonder if a telephone book, well, why not? Let's see. Richardson, Richard, R-I-C-H-A-R. Yes, here it is. Oh, Lord, there's dozens of them. Well, I'll try Lindell. That wouldn't be as common, I don't suppose. Yes, here it is. There's only about half a dozen, then. D-L-D-E-L-L. Oh, my heavens. Lindell and Richardson. Both names together. Lindell and Richardson Investments. 9 Concourse 4153132. I wonder if... Well, maybe it's the only way to be sure. Oh, hello? May I speak to Mr. Lindell? He isn't? Well, then what about Mr. Richardson? Oh, I see. Well, is there someone there I can speak to? Yes, please. Thank you.
Hello. This is Mr. Chelton. May I be of service?
Well, maybe you can. I want to know about your Mr. Richardson, about when he died. I think I did business with him once, a long time ago.
Well, it's 10 years, madam, just about. But if you're interested in investment advice...
Well, I'll think about it. Thank you very much. 10 years. Well, it could could be a coincidence. I guess it all depends on how he died.
Well, Mrs. Canby, please come in. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Well, now, how can we be of help to you?
Well, I didn't come here to get help, Mr. Shelton. I came to help you, as a matter of fact. Or rather, somebody you know.
Who would that be?
Mr. John Lindell, the man who was supposed to have murdered Mr. Richardson.
I'm afraid I'm not following you.
Well, it took me all week to find out what happened to those two men, and finally I found the story in the old newspaper room down at the library about Mr. Lindell being indicted for killing his partner. But I'm sure you know the whole story a lot better than I do.
Well, of course I know the story, but that was quite a long time ago, Mrs. Canby.
10 years doesn't seem so long when you're my age. Anyway, the point is that I can help your Mr. Lindell, only I can't do it alone.
Did you know John Lindell?
No, I didn't. Nor Mr. Richardson, for that matter. The man I knew was named Paulson.
Who?
I rented a room to Mr. Paulson, and he died about 8 days ago of pneumonia. I was there when it happened.
Well, that's unfortunate, but...
But before he died, Mr. Paulson told me something about Mr. Richardson's murder. He said Mr. Lindell hadn't been responsible, that he, Mr. Paulson, had committed it. For money.
Oh, Mrs. Canby, listen to me.
It was this man Lindell that bothered him. The fact that he was in prison for something he didn't do. I thought I should tell you this, Mr. Shelton, because you knew both of these gentlemen. It said so in the newspaper.
Mrs. Canby, my dear woman.
What?
I don't know what silly story you heard, but it's completely wrong. There wasn't any question about what happened. This boarder of yours, whatever his name is, merely had an obsession.
Well, just the same, I thought you could follow through on this business. Yeah. Tell the police. Because if it is true, Mr. Lindell should be freed.
On evidence like that?
Well, I don't know anything about evidence. I'm just telling you what I heard. Well, never mind. I suppose I should have told the police myself.
Oh, wait, Mrs. Canby. Let me put your mind at rest. John Lindell is no longer in prison.
He isn't?
He's dead, Mrs. Canby. He's been dead for the last 3 years.
Oh.
He wasn't a young man when all this happened, when he accused his partner, Fred Richardson, of defrauding him and shot him dead.
He died? In prison?
Even if all you say is true, that this man was Richardson's murderer, you can't help John Lindell any longer. He's beyond that.
But his name, don't you want to clear his name?
Have you any proof, any living witness?
Just myself.
Forget it, Mrs. Canby. That's my advice to you. The old wound is healed. Don't reopen it.
Oh, well, it troubles me so. I haven't thought of anything else since it happened. Perhaps if I saw a minister, if I had some advice from a man of God, maybe...
Mrs. Canby, now you've said something. Now you've shown me the way. That's where our answer lies, dear woman, in prayer. Mm-hmm. In the forgiveness of our dear Lord. Will you pray with me, Mrs. Canby?
Pray? Here?
Why not? God is everywhere. Please, join me. Dear Lord, tell us what to do. Give us your divine guidance. Show us the path to righteousness.
Mr. Shelton,
Help us, O Lord. Help us to understand. Teach us to forgive the sins of others and to forget them. To forget. I feel much better now, Mrs. Canby. Do you?
I'm not sure.
Let us turn this matter over to God, Mrs. Canby. Not to the police, but to the Lord. It's in His hands now. Don't you agree?
Well, in a way, that's true. Since they're dead now. All of them. Yes.
Mrs. Canby?
Yes.
My name's Stuart Winfield, Mrs. Canby. I understand you have a room for rent?
Yes, I do.
Well, I'm new in town. I just arrived from Philadelphia. I've been staying at a hotel, but I'd like something homier.
Well, the room I have is $35 a week. I can't offer you any meals, but you can use the kitchen all you want.
Well, that sounds good to me.
Would you like to see the room?
Yes, ma'am, I sure would.
Well, come on in then.
Thank you.
By the way, how did you know I had a room for rent? I was going to place an ad this weekend.
Oh, I guess someone at the hotel mentioned it. I forget just who. Say, this is a real fine old house, Mrs. Canby. I can see that I'm going to like this place. Just fine.
And so Mrs. Canby has a new boarder. He's a very personable young man, with a great deal more charm than old Mr. Paulson had. Perhaps in a little while Mrs. Canby will be able to forget her former boarder and the shocking confession he made on his deathbed. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Stu Winfield took no time at all to make himself at home in Ada Canby's big old house. He loved everything about his room. The fine old four-poster bed, the crazy quilt that Ada herself had sewn up 40 years ago, the lace curtains on the window. He even loved Mr. Paulson's blue parakeets. But what he really seemed to like best was Mrs. Canby herself.
Just take me 2 minutes to get these clean sheets on the bed, Mr.
Here, let me give you a hand.
No, I can manage. I've been making this bed for almost 50 years.
50? You've lived in this house that long?
Moved in here when I got married back in 1919. My husband David bought it for us. Our only son Ralph was born in it.
And you've lost them both?
Yes, they're both dead, but I haven't lost them.
Oh, yes, I understand, Mrs. Canby. I guess I feel that way about my mom.
Your mother's dead?
Yes, she died when I was 2.
Oh. Listen, Mr. Winfield, are you sure you want these birds in your room? I could take them to the parlor if you want.
No, I think they're great. I think everything's great about this house. But there is something you can do for me.
What's that?
Would you mind not calling me Mr. Winfield?
Oh?
That's what they call my father. My name's Stuart.
Well, all right. Stuart. Dear Walter, I think it's about time I told you that I have a boarder in the house. Mr. Winfield is the nicest young man you could want to meet. He's a great deal friendlier than my first gentleman, Mr. Paulson, and he seems to like nothing better than to sit around evenings and talk. We talk about his home and his parents and his plans for the future. I think the poor boy misses his home and family, and I'm sort of a substitute for all that.
You know, it isn't really fair, Mrs. Canby. You said I had kitchen privileges, but that doesn't mean you have to cook for me.
Well, it's a pleasure, Stuart. I haven't had anyone to cook for in years.
You're kidding. You mean to say you cook this good without practice?
Oh, you're just being nice. I'm sure that stew is just plain ordinary.
It's terrific, no kidding. It tastes like, well, it tastes like home, if you know what I mean.
It depends on whose home you mean.
Well, my mom cooked stews like this. That's what I meant.
Your mom? Well, but she died when you were only 2.
Oh, well, I guess I didn't mean my mom exactly. I was thinking of my Aunt Martha. I mean, she's the one who sort of took over the cooking and stuff after my mother died. And my father's sister, you know?
I see. Well, that was lucky that you had someone to take her place.
Yeah, that's right. Excuse me.
My, Stuart, you're not coming down with anything, are you?
No, I'm fine. Just a little case of the sniffles.
Listen, if your room isn't warm enough, I have an extra blanket.
No, the room's just fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, you be sure now. I know I felt a little guilty about poor Mr. Paulson when he got sick. Maybe I didn't take good enough care of him.
Paulson?
Mm-hmm.
Was that your former boarder, the bird lover?
Yes, that was his name, the poor man.
Well, tell me about him.
Well, I don't really know that much about him. He lived here less than 2 months.
Well, what sort of a guy was he?
Very quiet. He kept to himself.
Did you say he was from South America?
I don't remember if I did or not.
Well, you must have said it.
Yes, of course. He was American, but he'd been living in Brazil. I don't know why exactly. Although, come to think of it, maybe I do.
What do you mean?
Well, it just occurred to me that Brazil might be just the place for someone who came into a lot of money and wanted to leave the country.
I don't understand this.
Oh, my. I really think you are getting a cold, Stuart. I'm getting that blanket out this minute.
Now, wait, Mrs. Canby. I'd rather hear about...
Never mind. I don't want to take any chances. I'll be right back.
Yes, Mrs. Canby. Don't take any chances.
Stuart?
Yes? Come in.
I brought you a tray, Stuart.
Oh. No, you shouldn't have... you shouldn't have gone to all that trouble, Mrs. Canby.
Wasn't the least bit of trouble. Besides, you've got to have some supper. Feed a cold and starve a fever. That's what they say.
I mean, I was going to come out to the kitchen and get myself a sandwich or something. You didn't have to bring it to me. Oh, look at that. Is that roast chicken?
Well, that's what it's supposed to be. I hope it tastes all right.
Noodle soup with dumplings. Mrs. Canby, you're spoiling me rotten. Do you know that?
I just thought it'd be a good idea if you stayed in bed and took it easy. You weren't planning to go out tonight, were you?
No, I was just going to stay in and read for a while. Maybe watch television.
Well, that's good. Here, I'll just set this tray down.
Oh, the service here is just too good. Oh, we never finished our talk the other day about that boarder of yours, Mr. Paulson.
Well, there's not much to say about him, really.
Well, you said something about his living in South America. You said you thought you understood why he was living there. Sounded real interesting.
Well, the truth is, Stuart, there is something to tell about Mr. Paulson. Maybe you can help me feel better about it all.
About what?
Now, I'm not going to tell you if you don't eat.
All right, Mrs. Canby, I'll eat.
Well, it happened just about 3 weeks ago.
You know something, Mrs. Canby? That's about the best roast chicken I've had in years.
I'm sure I spoiled your appetite with all my chatter.
No, that was a really interesting story.
But what do you think of it all, Stuart? Do you think I did the right thing?
Well, frankly, Mrs. Canby, I do.
Honestly?
Well, this guy Chelton sounds a little screwy, but I think he's all right. I mean, from a practical standpoint.
Then you agree with him?
Sure. This man Richardson's dead, right? And what's his name, Lindell?
Yes.
Well, he's dead too, right?
And poor Mr. Paulson, the man who supposedly killed Richardson.
Well, there you are. Nothing you can do will bring any of them back, right?
Well, yes, but just the same.
And you know the police, Mrs. Canby. They'll be hounding you forever. Tracking mud into your parlor, bothering you with questions. I just think Mr. Chelton was right. Let sleeping dogs lie.
Yes, that's what I keep telling myself, but you know something?
What?
There's one thing Mr. Chelton forgot. And me too, I suppose.
What's that?
Why, the real murderer. He may still be alive, even if all the others are gone. Don't you see?
No, I don't.
Even if Mr. Lindell can't be helped anymore, that doesn't mean the real murderer should get away.
But the real murderer is dead. Paulson.
No, the killer is the man who hired Mr. Paulson. Don't you see? Is it right that he should get away with it?
Now, wait a minute. You're jumping to conclusions.
No, I'm not. Mr. Paulson told me that he was hired to do this thing.
Well, maybe he was hired by Lindell. Maybe Lindell hired him, and then Paulson got cold feet, and Lindell did the shooting himself.
No, I'm sure that isn't true. You see, I read the newspaper article all about it.
Well, you really were thorough about this, weren't you, Mrs. Canby?
You poor man. That coal's gone to your chest now, hasn't it?
No, I'm all right. Stop worrying about me. Let's talk about this other problem of yours.
Well, maybe I'm making it more of a problem than it should be. Maybe if I just told the police everything, I could forget it once and for all.
No, I really couldn't advise that, Mrs. Canby.
Well, it said in the newspaper story that the two men were partners in that investment firm. Mr. Lindell thought that his partner Richardson was cheating, taking money out of the firm, and that's why he's supposed to have shot him.
Wasn't there a witness to the shooting?
Why, yes, I think there was. Come to think of it, it was Mr. Shelton. That's right.
Well, doesn't that wrap it up for you?
Well, it would if it wasn't for Mr. Paulson.
Listen, Mrs. Canby, you know how much I like you. Why, in just a few days, you're more like family to me than my Aunt Martha ever was.
Well, it's nice of you to say, Stuart.
And that's why I want you to listen to me about this. That's why I want you to forget about this whole foolish thing and
listen to you. You sound awful, Stuart. Just terrible.
No, I'm all right.
No, you're not all right. I'm going to get you some cough medicine right this minute.
Mr. Chelton, it's me, Winfield.
Well, what's happening?
I think I better stick around for a few more days, Mr. Chelton. The old lady's beginning to get fidgety, if you know what I mean.
Well, something tells me that Stuart Winfield isn't such a nice young man after all. Could it be that he wasn't telling Mrs. Canby the truth about his dear mother and his Aunt Martha? Could he have not told her the truth about his plans for the future? Of course, the real issue is, what sort of plan does he have for Ada Canby's future? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Poor Mrs. Canby. She isn't sleeping well tonight. But of course, Mrs. Canby has good reasons for insomnia. Her thoughts are whirling. Her boarder Stuart was right. She doesn't want the bother of going to the police. And she firmly believes in the old adage, if you don't trouble trouble, trouble won't trouble you. But still...
Oh, my. I'm just never going to get to sleep tonight. Poor Stuart. He's still coughing. I'm sure that room is just too drafty. I never should have let any boarders in until I got the windows fixed. Oh, dear. That poor boy. I'll never forget the terrible night Mr. Paulson was coughing so badly. Huh? And the way he looked, all gray and shrunken. If only I knew he was so sick. No, if only he'd never even come to this house.
Mrs. Canby, I killed Richardson. I did it.
Will I ever forget the sound of that man's voice?
Lindell is innocent. Lindell is innocent.
That poor man. All the years he spent in jail for something he didn't do.
Let sleeping dogs lie, Mrs. Canby. My Aunt Martha always said, let sleeping dogs lie.
Oh, if only I could get some sleep.
Let us turn this matter over to God, Mrs. Canby, not to the police. Not to the police. Not to the police.
What a strange man he is, that Mr. Shelton. Way he talked about God, praying at his desk. Of course, God is everywhere, but his desk.
I killed Richardson. I murdered him for money. I was paid.
Paid. Someone had to pay him. Mr. Paulson wasn't the only guilty one. Someone else was, too.
Forget.
Oh, dear Lord. Mr. Shelton. Shelton, what did that newspaper article say? The chief witness against Mr. Lindell was Arnold Shelton. But how could he be a witness to something that never happened? How could he be? I'll have to tell someone. I'll have to talk to someone. Yes, I'll tell Stuart about it. In the morning. Stuart, are you awake?
Yes, I'm up, Mrs. Canby. Come in. Oh, no. Now, don't tell me I'm getting breakfast in bed, too.
Well, I know you had a terrible night last night, Stuart. You were coughing much worse than ever. I guess that medicine wasn't very good.
Sorry I kept you awake, Mrs. Canby.
No, that wasn't your fault. No, something else kept me up.
What was that?
Oh, my mind, I guess. Maybe I should say my conscience.
Well, that sounds serious.
Well, it is something serious, Stuart. Well, I might have let a man get away with murder. No, it's even worse than that. He did something worse than murder.
You're talking about Paulson again.
No, I'm talking about the man who hired Mr. Paulson. He didn't just have that man Richardson shot. He let an innocent person go to jail and die there. Now, that's like committing 2 murders, if you ask me. I have to tell you something that occurred to me last night.
Sure, go ahead.
Well, it's about Mr. Shelton. Mr. Arnold Shelton.
Yeah? Go on. I'm listening.
Stuart, I wonder if maybe the reason Mr. Shelton was so upset with me, the reason he didn't want me to go to the police, was because he was afraid.
Explain what you mean.
Well, what I mean is maybe Mr. Shelton had good reason, besides the one he told me. He was working for both Mr. Richardson and Mr. Lindell at the time of the murder.
Well, so what?
Well, he was also the chief witness at the trial. A witness for the prosecution.
But he saw the shooting, didn't he?
But that's just the point. He saw Mr. Lindell shoot Mr. Richardson.
Well, that's not what you told me last time. I mean that he was an eyewitness.
No, that's right. He didn't actually see the shooting. He was miles away when it happened. I don't quite remember the details.
There was something about a phone call, maybe?
Yes, that's what it was. He claimed that Mr. Richardson was talking to him on the phone when Mr. Lindell showed up at his apartment. He said that Richardson cried out something about Lindell having a gun.
And then he heard the shot.
But how could that have happened if the gun was fired by Mr. Paulson?
If, Mrs. Canby, that's the big little word, isn't it? If.
But don't you see what I'm saying, Stuart? Arnold Shelton had the most to gain.
Gain? From what?
From both these men leaving the firm. That'll leave the whole thing to him. All those customers, all the investments he handled, all the commissions, or whatever they call it.
Are you accusing this guy Shelton of being the killer?
Yes. It's the only answer, Stuart.
Well, look, if that was the case, the police would have figured it out.
But they didn't. There was nothing in the stories I read that pointed any suspicion at Mr. Shelton. I don't suppose it even occurred to them. And now, The company is all his.
You don't call that evidence, do you?
Well, then why didn't he let me go to the police? Why did he try so hard to talk me out of it? That man was praying to it. He was taking the name of the Lord in vain. Oh, I'm sorry, Stuart. I'm so sorry. I won't bother you anymore. I know what I have to do anyway.
Mrs. Canby.
I won't
Wait.
be gone long, Stuart.
No, wait.
But the minute I get back, I'm going to call Dr. George and ask him to come over. You're sick.
Never mind
You're-
the doctor. Are you calling the police?
No, I won't call them. You're right. I don't want them tracking mud in my parlor. I'm going down to the station house and talk to them. I'll get dressed now and go straight there.
Please think about what you're doing.
I'll tell them what I know, and they can do the rest. Now, you try to eat something, Stuart. Please.
Mrs. Canby. Sheldon,
What is this, Winfield? I told you not to call me at the office.
it's an emergency.
You sound terrible. What's the matter with you?
I'm sick. Only you're going to be a lot sicker.
What are you talking about?
The old lady, I can't stop her. She's decided to talk.
What?
She figured it out. Figured out exactly what you did, Sheldon, and how you did it.
You fool. You've got to stop her. Do you hear me?
That wasn't part of the deal, Sheldon.
It's all of the deal now.
The price didn't include anything like that.
The price just doubled. Old ladies are always having accidents. Make her have one. Make her have one now, Winfield.
All right. She's gonna have a fall down the cellar steps. Right now. I gotta get my robe on and my slippers. I gotta hurry.
Stuart? Is that you?
Open up, Mrs. Canby.
For heaven's sake. Stuart Winfield, what are you doing out of bed? Now, you go right back there this second.
I gotta talk to you, Mrs. Canby, before you go to the police.
Just listen to you. You're all winded. You can hardly talk, Stuart. Now, go back to bed before you catch pneumonia, too.
Now, don't go, Mrs. Canby. It would be better if you never went to the police. Better for you. Better for me.
For you? I don't understand.
Well, then I wouldn't have to hurt you, Mrs. Canby. That's what I mean. I wouldn't have to do anything bad to you.
Stuart, what in the world are you talking about?
Come on, old lady.
Stuart!
You're smart, all right. You really think things through. So now think a little harder.
You knew? Stuart, you knew about Mr. Polk?
That's right.
That's how you knew my room was to rent, because Mr. Shelton told you.
Now you're getting there, Mrs. Canby.
And that's why you rented it. That's why. You were sent here.
Just to watch you, Mrs. Canby. Just to see that you stayed sensible.
Shelton said so. Mr. Shelton did.
I was hoping you'd never change your mind about calling the police. I didn't want this part of it. This isn't the part I like.
Let me go, Stuart, please.
Just relax, Mrs. Canby. Just take it easy.
Stuart, please, don't.
Why, you're as light as a feather, Mrs. Canby. Just like my Aunt Martha would have been if I had an Aunt Martha.
Stuart, please, put me down, please.
We've got a date now, Mrs. Canby.
Let me go. Stuart, let me go.
Put up such a fight, Mrs. Canby. I'm sick, remember?
Stuart, no.
Just shut your eyes. Please, shut your eyes and don't look down.
Oh, God. Stuart, those stairs.
Shut your eyes, old lady.
Help me,
They'll all be over. It's all right now, Ada. Just be glad that it wasn't you at the bottom of those stairs.
Will Will he be all right, Dr. George?
Now, what do you want to worry about that man for? Truth is, his injuries don't amount to very much. A couple of broken ribs seem to be the worst of it. But he'll be a patient for some time before they can put him in prison where he belongs. Him and his friend. What was that man's name again?
You mean Mr. Chelton? Have they arrested him?
Yeah. That's what the police detective said.
I don't understand. Stewart's injuries aren't serious.
It's not the fall that made Winfield so sick. His case was diagnosed as simple pneumonia at first. And then I remembered about your first boarder. Nelson, was it?
Paulson.
Yes, Paulson.
But he had pneumonia, too. He died of it. Oh, is pneumonia contagious?
Yes, it is, but this disease was even more contagious. It's a pneumonia caused by a disease called psittacosis, better known as parrot fever. You get it from sick birds, like the parakeets in your spare room.
Oh, no. Mr. Paulson's birds?
Sorry, Ada, but they had to be taken out and destroyed.
Oh, what a shame.
There's one reason I feel sorry for them. They saved your life. Made Mr. Winfield too weak even to throw a little old lady down a flight of steps.
Those poor little creatures.
Yeah, but you can be grateful they didn't make you sick, too. Parrot fever is so contagious that no more than one person in 1,000 could be exposed to it and escape infection. It was pretty darn close to a miracle, Ada.
We're hard to kill, Doctor. Remember? The old ones are hard to kill.
They say that people are living longer than ever before. And when we look at Ada Canby, we can understand why. She's a tough old lady. So tough she could withstand the threats of man, beasts, and bird. So let that be a warning to all those who think that our senior citizens are easy prey for crime. Watch out. They may turn the tables on you. Or the stairs. I'll be back shortly. We have one final comment for you on behalf of Ada Canby and old people everywhere. There's a saying, there's no fool like an old fool. But it's also true that there's no wisdom and strength like old wisdom and strength. There. Does that make you feel better about your next birthday? Our cast included Agnes Moorehead, Leon Janney, and Roger DeKoven. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Many famous writers have been seduced by the charms of the ghost story. Certainly you know the names of Rudyard Kipling, H.G. Wells, Bram Stoker, Conan Doyle. But there have been others, dozens of men and women, not so well known, who have likewise been infatuated with the terror summoned up by ghosts. I give you, for example, Fitzjames O'Brien, Amyan Northcote, Mrs. Henry Wood, but the list goes on, and we had best cut it short and get to the tale which we have chosen to call Once Upon an Island. Our mystery drama, Once Upon an Island, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose. The tale which you will hear with, we trust, delicious horror was published in 1899 as part of a series called Real Ghost Stories. Its authors were two persons, listed simply as E. and H. Heron. We confess in advance to having toyed with it a little, modernized it slightly, changed the locale, and even introduced a character not found in the original, and impertinently altered the title. But the essentials remain the same.
My name is Jasper Lowe. At the age of 65, I resigned my position as professor of philosophy at a well-known university and bought a large tract of land on one of the Caribbean islands, which I had visited several times during summer vacations and for which I had developed a great fondness. I put up a modest house and settled in quite contentedly. Since I had never married, I planned to leave it intact to my great niece, Betty, daughter of a nephew whom I had known little and liked less. I remembered Betty as a child, and I was delighted beyond measure when I heard from her that she was about to be married and that she and her fiancé intended to visit me in my island home as part of their honeymoon trip. Hello. Hello there.
Uncle Jasper!
Betty, is it really you?
Really and truly.
Oh, come, let me have a look at you.
Jack's paying the taxi. Oh, Uncle Jack.
Jack is your young man, huh?
He's my husband, Uncle Jasper. For 2 whole days, I've been Mrs. Jack Turner. Isn't that marvelous?
Positively marvelous.
Here he comes. Isn't he beautiful?
Positively beautiful.
Jack, come meet Uncle Jasper.
Young man, delighted to know you.
I'm delighted to know you, Mr. Lowe. Betty's told me a lot about you.
Oh, what could she remember about me? It's been 10 years.
Whatever she remembered, it was all good.
Yes, well, come inside. I've got a good rum drink waiting for us and something to eat.
Oh, good. We haven't eaten a thing since we left the mainland.
And you'll be ready for some excellent flying fish with breadfruit and sliced cold mangoes.
Sounds marvelous.
Yes, after you.
Oh, it's lovely. You've got it all set out.
Yes, ready and waiting for you.
Sit down, Jack. Can I help you, Uncle Jasper?
Oh, no need. Well, now tell me, how was your trip?
Perfect. Wasn't it, Jack?
Oh, I don't remember a thing, except you.
Oh, we got married in Duluth, then we flew to Miami, then we took a little plane to Puerto Rico.
Hottest airport in the world.
And then we took that dear little boat to this dear little island.
And a taxi to this dear little house.
Drinks, everybody. My own concoction. Made with native rum, of course.
Yummy, yummy.
Hey, it's delicious.
Now for the flying fish. Caught it myself this morning.
Mr. Lowe...
If you want to please me, you'll call me Uncle Jasper. Or just Jasper, if you like.
All right, Jasper. On our way here from the boat landing...
Now, just hold out your plates.
Yeah, okay. Just before we got here, we passed an interesting old house.
And here's the breadfruit, staple of the islands.
It looked as though nobody'd lived in it for 100 years or more.
And the mangoes, ice cold. You're going to love them.
Do you, know anything about that old house, Mr. Lowe? Jasper?
Oh, yes. I know a great deal about that old house. You see, it's on my property.
You own it?
I suppose I do. It's on my property.
But you don't do anything with it, rent it or anything?
Oh, no. I mean, who would rent it?
Well, of course, it would need a little fixing up.
No matter what I did with it, No one would rent it.
Well, then why not sell it? Get rid of it.
No one would buy it. Once they'd heard its history.
Oh, what history, Uncle Jasper?
Oh, no, you don't want to hear it.
Of course we do.
You're not going to tell us the house is haunted, are you?
You know, I'm not going to tell you anything.
Oh, Uncle Jasper, come on.
Well, maybe some other time.
I suppose the old house has a ghost in it, at least one.
Now, don't joke.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to... Well, you see, I'm a psychologist. I have my degree, and when Betty and I go back to the States, I'll set up practice there. And these fables, these old tales are fascinating to me. Well, I myself, of course, don't subscribe to any of them.
No, nor do I.
I believe in natural law.
Oh, yes, so do I.
Phenomena of the, shall we say, the supernatural realm are no more than projections or extensions of natural laws.
No, I agree.
Well, then?
Oh, there are things, I'm afraid, about the old house that won't fit in with any natural law that I know of. Things impossible. Absurd.
Such as?
Such as the Shining Man. I bit my tongue as soon as I'd uttered those words. For now, of course, the two young people were all over me, demanding to know what I meant by the Shining Man. But no matter how they begged me, I would not go into further detail. Such a gruesome story was not meant for the ears of two young and beautiful people, embarked upon the greatest adventure of their lives. But after dinner that night, Jack Turner was at me again, and Betty too. And at last I relented. There is a tragedy connected with the old house that goes back a century and a half, when the sugar plantations were worked by slaves. The owner was a certain James Mackian. He'd been a merchant of sorts in Honduras, and when he'd made himself a small fortune, he came here and settled down in that house with a pretty daughter.
It must have been a lovely place in those days. I hope she was happy there.
Oh, yeah, I believe she was, for a time. Mackian had a number of servants, slaves they were, for this was a long time back. They worked in the cane fields. Some worked in the house, and they were well treated. Life was very pleasant, I'm told, for all concerned, until...
Yes, sir. Until?
Are you sure that you want me to go on?
Oh, yes, Uncle Jasper. Well, you can't stop now.
Well, after 2 years of comfortable, pleasant living, Mackian had to go to, I believe it was Central America, to finish up some business there, leaving his young daughter in the house with only the servants for company. But he did not worry, because they were all loyal and devoted, especially his personal retainer, a man named Jake, whose life he was said to have saved in prior days. But, well, when Mackian returned, he found his daughter dead.
Oh, how awful.
Poor man.
Dead in her bed.
But how?
Well, an overdraft of sleeping medicine.
But why would she do such a thing?
Well, there seemed to be no explanation. And there is none to this day. But in his grief, Mackian blamed his faithful servant Jake for the tragedy and threw him out of the house. After a violent quarrel, so they say. At any rate, Jake disappeared and was never seen or heard of after that. As for Mackian, he fell into a deep melancholy and later...
Yes, Uncle. Finish the story.
Well, later he was found lying on the couch in the library, quite mad. A hopeless imbecile, in fact. Of course, that was a long time ago.
There's been nothing since?
Nothing recently?
Well, there's the story of a descendant of Mackian's who wanted to clear up the mystery, and the agent allowed him to spend the night there. This was just before I came here. And when he did not appear the next morning, they went looking for him, and they found him lying on that same couch in the library. They took him away, and he has not spoken a rational word since.
Mere physical fright, acting on an overwrought brain. Such things happen.
Mm-hmm. Perhaps.
What about the shining man?
Oh, that. Well, it is said that a shining man haunts the place.
A shining man?
Yes, and that a light can be seen from time to time in the library.
How fascinating.
Oh, you think so, do you?
Of course I do.
Well, there is no light there tonight. Come to the window and look if you don't believe me.
Uncle Jasper.
You're not trying to tell us that you have seen this light?
Oh, yes, many times, from this very window.
And the shining man, have you seen him too?
Oh, yes. Once I went into the house. It was after dark, and I saw him standing at the top of the stairs.
What did he look like?
A tall man, absolutely white and shining. I never saw his face, for his back was toward me, but his wide, hunched, muscular shoulders gave an impression of such hostility, such animosity, that I left the house in a hurry. And I have never gone back. Now there. Now you know it all. They didn't believe me. I could tell that. And I cursed myself for having let them drag the story out of me. They quickly changed the topic of conversation, and a few minutes later I excused myself to make us some rum drinks. When I returned, both young faces were smiling and friendly. But I knew that in their secret hearts, they considered me a madman.
Someone once said, I believe it was a French gentlewoman, I don't believe in ghosts, but I'm afraid of them. Jasper Lowe might well echo the lady. He does not believe in supernatural phenomena such as a shining man and a light in the window of an empty house, but he is afraid of them. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Jasper Lowe was delighted to hear that his great-niece Betty would, in the course of her honeymoon, stop off at his island home. But Betty's new husband, Jack Turner, has innocently probed into the secrets of an old house on Jasper's property, from which, so it is said, a light shines from time to time, and which is haunted by the spectral figure of a man who shines in the dark. Now, Jasper has confounded the young couple by confessing that he has himself seen the light from the window, and, on one occasion, the shining man himself.
What a fool I had been. Everything had gone so well till I had been led into telling them of the light from the library window and the presence in the old house of the shining man. Had I been content to leave such freaks of nature in the realm of superstition, all might have passed off well. But to admit to them that I had seen them both myself, with my own eyes, well, I can scarcely be blamed if the next morning I eavesdropped at the door of their room.
He's such a dear old man. When I was a little girl, he'd come to visit us, and we'd take long walks together, talk about, all sorts of things. He was fine when we got here. So high-spirited, and he seemed so... Oh, he seemed so well.
It certainly seemed that way to me.
It wasn't until you started bothering him about that old house.
Well, that was natural, wasn't it? Perfectly natural curiosity.
But couldn't you see he didn't want to talk about it?
I didn't see anything of the kind. Maybe you did, I didn't.
Don't you say another word to him about that house. Or the light in the library window, or the shining man. Not one word, you understand me? If you do,
Listen, everything was perfectly okay till it came to the shining man. That's when he started to get, peculiar.
Well, why didn't you let him alone?
Well, he was the one that mentioned the Shining Man first.
You were the one who brought the subject up again.
Only after he said he'd seen the light in the library window. Many times, he said. He'd seen it many times. I suppose you're going to claim he didn't say that.
No. No, he did say that.
And then he said that one time he'd gone into the old house after dark and seen the Shining Man standing on the stairs.
It frightened him so he ran out and never went back. Yes, he said that. Oh, Jack. Jack, what are we going to do?
I don't know. But we'll do something. You can depend on that.
I don't know how we got through the day. Breakfast was taken up with a discussion of how they would spend the rest of their honeymoon, a cruise through the islands ending up in Barbados. And then we went sightseeing again, had luncheon in the only decent restaurant the island afforded. All pleasant, homey. We spent the afternoon in my really splendid vegetable garden, picking all manner of things for our dinner. And then we all retired for a nap, because the next morning Jack and Betty would fly to Puerto Rico to pick up the cruise ship that would take them on the rest of their honeymoon. All day, there had been no mention of the old house, the light in the window, or the Shining Man. Yes, Betty?
You awake, Uncle Jasper?
Oh, yeah. Yes, my dear. Come in.
I'll bet I woke you up.
No, you didn't. I was just lying here thinking about things.
Any particular things?
Oh, some, and things in general, too. Well, did you have a good nap? A big day tomorrow.
Actually, I didn't take a nap.
Oh, you should have.
I'll go to bed early tonight. No? What I did was wash all the vegetables we picked.
Oh, I'd have done that.
Well, good practice for me, don't you think? After all, I'm going to be a wife.
Yes, so you are.
Then I cut the vegetables into bite-sized pieces.
Well.
Simmered some of them a little, left some of them raw.
You are going to make a splendid wife.
Now they're all ready for the salad. Only I don't know how to make the dressing.
Well, I do. I make the best salad dressing in the world. So now, turn your back for a minute, girl, while I slip into some dungarees and a shirt. And then we're off to the kitchen.
All right.
I say, it is dark out, isn't it?
It has been for half an hour. I watched the sun go down. It was beautiful.
Where's Jack?
Jack? Oh, he went off somewhere.
Where is somewhere?
He didn't say exactly where he was going.
You are not telling me the truth, are you?
I don't know what you mean.
You do know where Jack went, don't you?
Well, not for sure.
You and Jack are worried about me.
Oh, I don't know why you say that.
Because I stood outside your bedroom door this morning and I heard you talking about me.
Oh, Uncle. Oh, we didn't mean anything.
Oh, yes, you did. You meant that I'm getting old and feeble-minded.
No.
Now, where did Jack go? To fetch a doctor? To tell the authorities that I am incompetent?
Uncle Jasper, Jack wouldn't do a thing like that.
Did he go off to make arrangements to have me committed to the sanitarium in San Juan?
No, honestly.
I know the head doctor there. Man by the name of Martinez. Good man. But I'm not ready to be put away. No, sir, not yet.
Uncle Jasper, it's all because of what you said about the old house and the light in the library window, the Shining Man.
Ah, yes, I thought so.
You said you saw them.
I did? But that's no reason to put me away, lock me up.
Nobody wants to do that.
Then why did Jack go to ask about Dr. Martinez and the sanitarium in San Juan?
He didn't. He went to the old house.
What? He went there. But why? What for?
To see. To try to see what you saw. Or think you saw. To find a rational explanation for the light in the window and the Shining Man.
He is there now.
Yes, but he'll be back any minute, and then we'll know.
Come on. You come with me.
Where? Where are we going?
To the old house. Or Jack may never come back to us at all. I hustled Betty into the car, and we drove pell-mell across the stubbled fields to the old house. It looked as it had always looked, old-fashioned, time-worn, barely holding itself up on crippled supports. Everything was quiet. Quiet as death. And here we are.
What do we do now, Uncle Jasper?
Well, we could wait for Jack to come out.
But what if he... Well, maybe he's not in there at all.
There's only one way to find out. Come on.
You mean go in there?
You want to find your husband, don't you?
Yes. Maybe he never came here at all. Maybe he changed his mind.
Yes, maybe. Now, come on, let's go in. All right. Now, I'll go in first. Now, maybe you would better not come in at all.
No, I want to.
All right. Hello? Hello? Jack. Jack, are you here?
I don't think he's here at all.
It's possible. Now, come on.
Uncle, it smells so dreadfully. So stagnant and damp, so musty.
Yeah, here's the library.
Are we going to go in there?
Oh, we must.
The smell's even worse in here. It's nauseating.
Wait. There's Jack. There on the floor.
Jack. Oh, Jack. Darling.
So still. So quiet. Just an awful silence.
Jack. What is it?
But there's something here, something in this room.
It's Uncle Jasper and Betty, darling.
Who's in the room with me? Who is with me in this room?
Uncle Jasper, he doesn't even
Who is with me in this room? Answer me!
What are we to do?
He's in delirium.
Nobody heard me come in. I didn't make a sound. I went to the couch. I lay down on the couch. Yeah.
Oh, Jack.
Then that awful taste in my mouth. Bitter. Pungent. Was it from the dust? Tell me, somebody.
What shall I say?
Just let him talk.
Everything's so still. Empty and silent. The whole house. Then, a presence. Who's there? No answer. No noise. Nothing.
Oh, Jack.
Then, a little light trickling down from above. A patch of pale phosphorescent luminosity. Growing brighter and brighter. Pale green. Strong as moonlight. But the dust rises like vapor when I move. A clogging weight, like a nightmare, presses upon me, and I'm exhausted and disgusted by the terrible odor. And the atmosphere thickens and cloaks the walls with drowsy horror. But now, the brightness dims, and dark smears begin to show through it. And then they begin to run together until out of them emerges a face, a fat, evil face, and the face sinks nearer and nearer to my own, and the light changes to black, dripping fluid, and the drops begin to fall.
Uncle Jasper, help him.
I don't know what to do.
I can't save myself. I can't fight back, but my hands reach up to the face above me and pass through it. And I see the glazed skin quiver, and I fling myself from the couch and fall into emptiness, into a great red vacancy, down and down and down, and I am lost.
Forever lost. Uncle Jasper, what was he trying to say?
But I think he was reliving everything that happened once he set foot in this house.
He's so pale, so still. Is he... He's not...
Not dead, no.
Oh, thank God.
Perhaps he's gone beyond our reach, withdrawn into a state of madness.
Not a pretty tale, is it? But ghosts never pretend to be pretty, though maybe they are to themselves or to one another. And it is only to us that they appear grotesque and horrible. And that's not their fault, is it? No. It is only a limitation of our own. The fault lies not in our ghosts, but in us. Don't you think? I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Jack Turner, disturbed by what he considers to be his new relative's hallucinations, has gone alone to the old house. Betty and her great-uncle Jasper have followed him there and found him stretched out upon the library floor, babbling unintelligibly of what they take to be his venture into the old house. Now he has lapsed into insensibility.
Between us, Betty and I managed to get her unresisting husband into the car, back to my house and into bed, where he lay inert and unresponsive to all our overtures. Clearly, this was an illness beyond my poor powers to correct, and I had to tell Betty that we must get her husband to Puerto Rico, to the sanitarium and Dr. Martinez. She concurred, and somehow we got Jack onto the little inter-island boat and finally into the office of Dr. Martinez, where we told our story.
And I told you no, eh?
That is all, Doctor. He only went there because he and Betty here were worried about me. But I assure you, Dr. Martinez, I did on one occasion actually see the shining man. And I've observed the light in the window of the old house several times. The house is on my property, just across an open field, so I've had a clear view of it.
But you never went back?
No, once was enough for me. And I regret, Doctor, more than I can say, that I ever told Betty and Jack about that one and only visit. You see, if I hadn't done that...
It wasn't Jack's fault. We kept badgering him about it, wanting to know more. See, my husband's a psychologist. He was terribly interested, and then concerned for Uncle Jasper and what might be... well, hallucinations.
It seems now that they were not.
Dr. Martinez, you will keep Jack here, won't you?
I will keep him.
Oh, thank you.
I shall do what I can for him. But I warn you, I can promise nothing.
But there must be something. Jack is young. He's always been healthy, and he doesn't believe in the supernatural, the occult. That's why he went to the old house. To prove to Uncle Jasper that the things he'd seen, must have their basis in reality and in natural laws.
Mr. Law, you remember the descendant of the original owner of the house who gained admittance some years ago? Spent the night there to establish the very same thing?
Yes, they found him the next morning, lying on the couch in the library. Took him away.
And brought him here. Here he has stayed. That is, he was here until last night.
You mean he left? Was he well enough to leave?
No, I do not mean that. I mean, he died. Mr. Law, would you care to see the body?
Why, yes, I would.
Then come with me. Mrs. Turner, you will stay here. The body is not a pretty sight. Come, Mr. Law. This way. Of course, the original owner of the fatal house, Mr. Mackian, I believe his name was.
Oh, yes, that's right, James Mackian.
He was here long before my time. This man, his descendant, whose body we're going to look at, he too was brought in before I took up my post. But I've taken an interest in the case, even though I could do nothing to help. In here, Mr. Lone. You will see that this body was once a very powerful one with noble features. There. See for yourself. Well, what do you say?
You're right. He must have been handsome once. But now the disfigurement is quite pronounced.
The discoloration extends from the center of the forehead to a place behind the right ear. When this man was first brought here, he had a small dark spot on his forehead. But it spread rapidly over his entire body.
Cancerous, do you think?
The cancerous character, I should say. Likely to occur after a shock. And perhaps after severe mental strain.
Such as a visit to the old house.
The first result of the shock in the case of this man here was imbecility. Then, an increasingly lethargic condition of the body. Finally, coma and death.
Dr. Martinez, I know very little of such things, but on close inspection, this discoloration would appear to be the result of a fungoid growth. Could I be correct?
You may very well be. Perhaps akin to the Indian disease known as mycetoma. It attacks the underlying tissue and eventually the bones.
Is there any hope for Jack Turner?
Well, there is always hope, my dear Mr. Lowe. Now, let us go back to the lovely young wife we left waiting in my office. I have something to ask her.
Oh? And what is that, Doctor?
Is the coat her husband was wearing when he was brought here the same coat he wore when he visited the old house?
Betty said yes, it was the same coat. There'd been no thought of changing. Our only wish was to get into the hospital in San Juan as quickly as possible. Dr. Martinez refused to enlighten us on the reason for his question and asked us to go home and wait for his phone call. And of course we did. We never left the house together for fear of missing his call. And after a week or so... Oh, well, I'll answer it, Betty. Yes, hello.
Mr. Lowe, this is Dr. Martinez. An idea has come to me. I need your approval. You understand, I have been working hard, very hard on the case of young Mr. Turner. I have a special room here with a table and a special microscope.
Dr. Martinez, you talk so fast.
Pardon me. A microscope and an apparatus for producing moist heat. And, of course, I have the young man's jacket.
Doctor, tell me, is he better?
Better, yes, I'm better. But now, Mr. Lowe, I want to come to your island.
But why?
I want to visit the old house tomorrow. And, Mr. Lowe, I want you to come with me.
I decided to tell Betty nothing of the doctor's call, except to say that Jack was showing improvement. I did not tell her that the doctor was coming to the island and what he planned to do on his arrival. But late in the afternoon of the following day, I invented a plausible excuse and went to the pier to meet the boat which brought the doctor to the island. In my car, we drove immediately to the old house. Dr. Martinez stared at the library.
That room there. I get the feeling there is someone in it.
But why? What makes you think so?
I have the impression, that's all. Come, let's go in.
You'd best put your handkerchief over your mouth and nose before we go into that room.
Oh.
Yes, you see what I mean? That is, you smell it.
It is the dust. Poisonous dust. Look here. It is of a strange green color, the dust. And so much of it. All over the floor. Little hills of it. Most especially the couch. Yes. Oh, look there. Look up. On the ceiling. Above the couch. A stain.
A blood stain. Yes, I remember seeing it before. But it's grown larger.
No, not a blood stain. A patch of mold and fungi that grows and grows.
Look here. A cat has been walking over the couch.
Not a cat, no. No animal at all. Drops from the stain. But it is the dust. Such a quantity of dust which interests me. To
Turner's coat was covered with this fine green dust, and on the collar I found some gummy drops which I'm willing to swear will match these drops. From the dust on his jacket, I have cultivated no less than 4 specimens of fungi. 3 belong to non-African species. The 4th has never been described, but it is very like the Phalliodes. With this fungus in the drops, they mature very rapidly and decay as they mature. They liquefy into a kind of dark mucilage full of spores. They drip down and give off this dreadful odor. In time, the mucilage dries and leaves the dust of the spores.
Doctor, please, I cannot follow you. What about the light? The light from the window, which I swear I saw more than once.
It happens that the 3 species of African fungi have well-known phosphorescent properties. These are manifested not just during decomposition, but during the period of growth. The light is only visible from time to time. Probably climactic conditions admit an occasional efflorescence.
So Jack was poisoned by fungi, but he escaped. The others died.
Because the fungi only touched his clothing, not his skin. The unknown fungus is singularly malignant. It acts through the skin with terrible rapidity, afterwards penetrating all the tissues of the body, eventually causing death. Can we go upstairs and examine the flooring above the stained patch?
Well, the room above is divided into 2 portions by a hollow partition a few feet thick. Yeah, I think it was originally intended for a cupboard.
Come on, quick. Let us go upstairs and get into that cupboard. Wait. Look. Did you see the light? It was dancing, quivering on the 4 walls of the staircase landing. Now, show me where you saw the shining man.
In front of that panel there. There must be some way of opening that panel. If there's a cupboard behind it, they would need some way to ventilate it. Ah, yes. Here's a little metal knob. Now, I'll turn it.
It's opening. Stand aside, please. Let me look. Oh, my Lord.
What is it, Martinez?
Your shining man. Tall. His back is toward us. He is covered head to foot with luminous white mold. See?
Oh, good Lord. It can only be the slave, Jake, the servant Mr. Mackian drove away years ago.
Or perhaps Jake hid himself here in order to cultivate these spores. That could be a dangerous occupation, I assure you. Especially an airless space like this. It is quite clear to me that either by accident or design, he became infected by the fungus poison, which in time covered his entire body. Even as you see him now.
Dr. Martinez and I went back to the house, and he tried to explain to Betty what he had endeavored to convey to me. I believe she comprehended even less than I did. But we both were heartened by Dr. Martinez's prognosis for Jack. He predicted that within a few weeks, Jack would come back to us, rejoin his bride, and after a few days, the 2 of them could continue on their honeymoon. And indeed, less than a month later, the doctor called to say that he himself was bringing Jack home.
We should have gone to the pier to meet the boat, Uncle Jasper.
Well, Dr. Martinez was very insistent that we do no such thing. He's bringing Jack to the house in a taxi. He wanted it that way.
Look, here they come now.
Ah, yes, there's Dr. Martinez.
Yes. But where's Jack? Jack's not with him. Uncle Jasper, what's happened?
Now, wait until the doctor has a chance to tell us. Dr. Martinez.
Hello, how are you? Oh, and you, Mrs. Turner?
Doctor, where is my husband? Is he all right?
Oh, quite all right. He'll be along presently.
Yes, but where is he? We thought he'd be with you.
Now I must tell you, when Jack and I were on our way here, I explained in detail how he fell ill and why. And she said to me, how can this horrible old house with its deadly dust and poisonous fungi be got rid of? And I said, only by burning it down.
Burning it down? Oh, look, it's on fire.
Look there.
That's what he's doing now.
Look at that old house burn. Betty, look. Where is Betty?
I believe that is she running across the field to meet her husband. Oh, by the way, Mr. Lowe, I trust you will forgive my presumption in allowing the young man to set fire to the old house.
Yeah, of course.
After all he's been through, I could not resist denying him the pleasure.
You have done a good thing. You have exorcised a ghost.
What a happy ending for such a gruesome story. I should like to have been there to watch the old house go up in flames, and with it the deadly dust, the mysterious fungi, the poisonous spores, and of course, the shining man who would shine no more. I'll be back shortly. This time, of course, it turned out to be no ghost at all. Only natural phenomena issuing from natural causes. In a way, it's a pity, don't you think? I was beginning to like the vision of a shining man and a spooky light flickering now and then from the window of an old deserted house. Well, we don't always get what we want, do we? Better luck next time. Our cast included Norman Rose, Diana Kirkwood, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to a world where fears and suspense are the order. In cities and towns of North Africa, it's a common sight to see an old man sitting in the public square, surrounded by an admiring crowd who squat on their haunches as they listen to an age-old tale of courage, of romance, but above all, of mystery. Like that old man, the public teller of tales, I have a story for you. A story that takes place in our own country, which deals in matters that defy explanation. Matters which can be explained only from the tomb. Our mystery drama, The Damned Thing, was inspired by the celebrated American writer Ambrose Bierce. It was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Robert Dryden and Joan Tompkins. By the light of a kerosene lamp placed at one end of a rough wooden table, a tall, gaunt man is reading something written in a book. The man reads silently as his fingers trace the words. As the man lifts the book toward the light, the shadows cast by the ledger throw half of the small room into darkness, obscuring the faces of 7 men sitting against the log walls of the little cabin. On the other side sit 3 people, 2 women and a man, an elderly Indian, all equally silent, equally motionless. Next to them is an empty chair. By extending an arm, any one of them can touch the man who is lying on the table, face upward, covered by a sheet, his arms at his side. The man, Hugh Morgan, is dead. The man with the book is the district coroner. They all seem to be waiting for someone to occupy the empty chair. Finally, the tall man closes the book.
There are 3 things to determine at this inquest. The identity of the deceased, the time of death, and finally the mode of the departure, the manner in which his life came to an end. There's no question of identity. These have been positively confirmed as the remains of Hugh Morgan, famous scientific book writer and, until 3 years ago, well-known professor at the State University. Upon resigning from the university, he came up here to our mountains with Mrs. Morgan to get away from city life, to get what he called closer to nature. He built this cabin pretty much with his own hands. Is that a fair statement, Ms. Morgan?
That's correct, Mr. Bentley.
The time of death has been determined by medical examination as between 36 and 48 hours ago. We are now waiting for Mr. William Harker, the young newspaper fellow from San Francisco, former student of Professor Morgan's. His testimony, we are led to believe, may be of the greatest importance in this determination. And until such time as he arrives, we shall proceed with the investigation. I first call on the wife, the widow of the demised. Miss Morgan, if you please.
Yes?
Would you kindly repeat to these gentlemen what you've already told me about how your late husband met his death?
My husband loved these mountains, second only to his work, his writing. He loved nothing more dearly than walking, hunting, fishing, in all seasons, all kinds of weather.
No, of course. Tell us, please, about the visits of young Mr. Harker.
Well, as you've already stated, Mr. Harker is a newspaper man, a former student, a protege of Professor Morgan's. He had visited with us for a few days 5 or 6 weeks ago.
You do not like Mr. Harker, do you, Miss Morgan?
No, I do not. I have my reasons.
Did anything unusual happen during Harker's first visit 5 or 6 weeks ago?
Nothing, except for the dog.
The dog?
The hunting dog, Sandy. Professor Morgan and Harker went hunting. Sandy was horribly mutilated by some other animal, and he died. I've never seen Harker so upset. After all, those things happen.
And Mr. Harker's second visit?
3 days ago. There was something he said he wanted to talk to my husband about. Something that had happened on that first visit. It had to do with money. I was in the kitchen, and I distinctly remember hearing my husband say...
But, Bill, a debt is a debt, and $5,000 is a lot of money.
I know that, Hugh. And if I can nail this story down, write it so it makes sense, so people will believe it, I'll get that $5,000 as a bonus. And I'll return it to you.
Well, I hope so, Bill. It's been almost 4 years, and we need the money.
Trust me. Just help me get this story.
I don't know what you expect me to do.
All we have to do is go back to where Sandy got hurt.
It's one thing for a dog. Suppose, just suppose...
Stop worrying.
What makes you think you can write it so that the paper will take it?
With your help, I can do it.
Get your gun.
I've got it.
Is it loaded?
Of course.
All right, let's go.
and the two of them left the cabin, both with loaded guns.
What time of the day was it, Miss Morgan?
It wasn't day. It was night. Night before last. Clear, bitterly cold. It was a sharp night. I remember looking out the window after them. They had been gone no more than 5 minutes when I heard the strangest sound. It's hard to describe to you. And then almost immediately there was a scream. And then 2 shots, one right after the other.
And then, Miss Morgan?
A few minutes later, young Harker burst into the cabin looking as if he'd seen a ghost. He could hardly speak. When he was able to catch his breath, he said,
Mrs. Morgan, he was dead. Killed.
Who killed him, Mr. Harker?
I don't know. I was right there. And heaven help me, I don't know.
And it's your feeling, Miss Morgan, that...
My husband was a big man, sir. A strong man. He played football at college, wrestling team, too. The only thing he couldn't do was swim. But he was in perfect health. And Mr. Harker's a very slight young man. No match physically for my husband.
Which leads you to believe...
To do away with Hugh, Harker needed his gun.
In other words, you're convinced that the shots you heard...
Had to come from William Harker's hunting rifle. A double-barreled gun.
Harker's motive being...
To wipe out Hugh and his debt to him at the same time.
For the time being, I must ask these gentlemen of the jury to question what you're implying. You see, there is some doubt whether Mr. Harker or anybody else could possibly have shot your husband.
Why is that?
Because the condition of the body is such that at this time we cannot tell whether or not it contains so much as a single bullet wound. I call now on Miss Viola May Atwater. Miss Atwater?
Call me Viola May, like everyone else does.
Yes, of course. Now, it's been previously established, Miss Viola May, that you work here in the Morgan household?
Worked.
And your duties were?
Keeping the place clean, doing some of the cooking, especially when Mrs. Morgan wasn't feeling just right. Driving to town in the wagon for supplies and...
Mm-hmm. Professor Morgan was in love with you, wasn't he?
Well, wouldn't exactly call it love, but we did get along quite well.
I'd like for you to tell us all how well.
I'm going to have Hugh's child. That's how well.
Thank you, Viola May. Now, you do understand why we're all here, don't you?
Well, I think so.
This is not a trial. No one is being accused of anything. Yet. We're just trying to find out the truth. We just want to know what happened night before last.
I can tell you.
Please do.
Well, you know how it was between the professor and me. And for the longest time, he'd been telling me he was going to get rid of Mrs. Morgan. Some way. But now, she ain't such a fool. She didn't know what was going on. Well, night before last, I was in the kitchen doing the supper dishes. I couldn't help hearing every word they said.
How much longer do you think I'm going to put up with this?
No one's asking you to put up with anything.
A man your age, a man of your reputation, having a sordid affair with a stupid, ignorant girl. Where's your pride?
That stupid, ignorant girl is something you never had.
That is pretty obvious, dear.
I'm talking about things like compassion. In her own simple way, she has a warmth and a tenderness that you've never shown in all the years of our marriage.
She understands you, doesn't she? You poor Miss...
And there's something else, since you've started. Viola May is going to have my child.
I know.
I want that child to have my name. I want a divorce.
Simple as that.
Simple as that.
Before I'd let you throw yourself away on a girl like that, and before I'd let you toss me aside like some old worn-out shoe, I'd kill you first.
I'm sure you would.
Don't push me to where I'd have to prove it.
Excuse me, ma'am. The dishes are done. Kitchen's in order. Is there anything else you'd like me to do before I turn in for the night?
That'll be all. Thank you.
Well, then I'll just say good night.
Well, Hugh, I'm going for a walk around the lake.
I'll go with you.
If you like. After we get back, you can pay a visit to your little friend.
And they both went out together.
Now, what time of the night would you say it was when they left?
Oh, 9:30 maybe. 10 at the latest.
What'd you do after they left?
Straighten things up a little more.
And then?
But they wasn't gone very long. Maybe 5 minutes. Not more. When I heard a most peculiar sound, like nothing I'd ever heard before. I couldn't exactly describe what it was like, and then almost on top of it, there was a scream that went right through.
Go ahead, Bartolome.
A minute or two later, Mrs. Morgan bust right into the cabin. She couldn't hardly talk. And finally she said,
Bartolome, Mr. Morgan is dead. Drowned in the lake.
Mrs. Morgan told you herself that Professor Morgan couldn't swim. Now, I think you gentlemen can see for yourselves what happened. The first chance she got, she pushed him into the lake at the part where it's real deep. Now, he struggled for a piece, and in the darkness of the night, finally gave up and drowned.
I see. As I've explained before, Bartolome, this inquest has been called because there's reason to believe that Hugh Morgan met his end through some kind of foul play.
Like I said.
Not quite like you said. Chances of Professor Morgan's death coming about as a result of drowning are very slim. Medical examination of the body thus far shows that the lungs seem to be perfectly normal. No water in them. Not a drop.
Absolute truth is a very strange thing. What seems real to one person is very often a lie to another. The fact, as one person sees it, becomes a fiction in the eye of his neighbor. What then is real? And at what point does imagination, for example, color reality? I'll return shortly with Act 2. In an isolated cabin high in a deserted area of the mountains of Northern California, a corpse lies cold and rigid on a rough, hand-hewn table. The dead man, science writer Hugh Morgan, has come to an unexplained and unnatural end. The district coroner and his jury await the arrival of a man who may turn out to be the key witness in this death. Two other witnesses, the wife and the mistress of the dead man, have already testified. The coroner turns up the wick of the kerosene lamp, calls on a third witness, the elderly Indian who has been sitting in stony silence, listening.
Joe Crowfoot?
Yes, sir.
Joe, you earn your living as a guide to hunting parties, is that right?
Yes, sir. I know every stream, every trail, like the back of my hand.
Mm-hmm. Would you please repeat for the benefit of these gentlemen what you already told me? What happened night before last?
It was about 9:30. I'd put out the lamps and was just about to call it a day.
hunting party at 5 the next morning. I'd just gone out to the rear of my shack when I heard voices.
You said you loved me, Hugh. You said I was the only thing in this whole wide world that mattered to you.
That's true, Viola May.
Then what's all this talk you've given out to me about how the time ain't right for a divorce?
It would kill her. I may not love her, but at the same time, I wouldn't want to do anything to hurt her.
Ain't you the considerate one? You think nothing of hurting me.
Look out for that snake. Oh, quick! Get back on the path. Oh, that was close.
I couldn't see it.
Well, how could you? Here, let's sit down on this stump for a minute and, for heaven's sake, keep your voice down. Joe's asleep, and we don't want to wake him.
You got a responsibility, Hugh. I'm going to be mother to your child.
So you say.
Now, what's that mean?
What makes you so sure it's me?
Well, who is good? Now, what is in back of that filthy mind of yours?
I told you to keep your voice down.
I'll tell the whole world what a dirty old man you really are.
You little fool. Now, you pull yourself together.
Hugh Morgan. I hope you die.
You pushed me. You deliberate. No. Oh, the rattlesnake, it's there. I can see it. But don't move. Lie here as quietly as it's lifting its head, but... It bit me. Get help! You little idiot, I've been bitten. Wait, Joe Crowfoot, fast!
What makes you think Joe would help you? Wake him up yourself, lover boy. I got more important things to do.
Joe! Joe Crowfoot, help! I need help! Help me, somebody!
In no time at all. I had him in my shack. Did everything I knew to kill the poison the snake had shot into his body. But...
Yes, Joe?
I guess I was too late. Within a very short time, Professor Morgan was dead.
And it is your testimony that he was pushed by the young lady, Viola May, into the spot, the area where she knew there was a rattlesnake.
Yes, sir.
That's very interesting, Mr. Crowfoot.
Why do you say that?
The medical examination. As far as we can determine, not a trace of the snake's poison is in the bloodstream. Not a trace.
Mr. Bentley, I got here as fast as I could.
You, young man, are...
I'm William Harker of the San Francisco Press. Forgive me if I've held things up.
Oh, delighted to see you, Mr. Harker.
I left the minute I got your call. This is not the easiest place to get to.
I want to finish this business tonight.
Well, I think you should know that when I left here early yesterday morning, it was not to evade your summons.
No?
No, it was to get the story to my paper. The story of Hugh Morgan's death.
Now, Mr. Harker, we've heard 3 different versions tonight of how Hugh Morgan met his death. And none of them has yet been substantiated by the facts of the medical examination of the body. Now, have we any reason to expect that the account you posted to your newspaper, Mr. Harker, will be anything like the story you will give here?
That's up to you, sir. I've made a carbon copy of what I wrote for my paper. You're welcome to see it. It's incredible. More incredible than pure fiction, but it is the truth. I'll swear to it.
All right, we'll resume the inquest. Mr. Harker, would you kindly be seated? Now, you knew the deceased, Hugh Morgan?
Yes.
How well?
He was my professor at the university. It taught me everything I knew about writing. More than that. He was the closest friend I had.
And you were with him when he died?
I was with him when he died.
How'd that happen? You being here, I mean.
Well, I came up 3 days ago to shoot and fish. Part of my purpose, however, was to follow up on the story of the dog, Sandy. You see, I had been here 5 weeks earlier.
On a purely friendly visit to your old teacher?
Well, on that occasion, we went out hunting, as we'd usually done on previous visits. It was still dark. The sun had not yet risen when we left the cabin.
Sandy! Sandy! Here, boy! Have you any idea where that silly dog went?
Well, he was here a minute ago, Hugh.
Funniest thing, he just disappeared. Oh, but he'll be back. In the meantime, we'll have to do without him. Well, now, let's see if we're as good as he is in raising some quail.
What's our best ground?
Beyond that ridge, I'd say. We'll have to go through the chaparral to get to it. It's pretty level ground, thickly covered with grain. Let's go, Bill. Hold it, Bill. Hold it. Be very quiet.
What is it?
Just listen.
What is that? I think we've startled a deer. Oh, I wish we'd bought a rifle instead of just shot.
Shh, be very quiet.
What are you doing, Hugh? You're not going to fill up a deer with quail shot, are you? Is anything wrong? Hugh, have we jumped a grizzly?
Cock your gun, Bill.
Well, now what? Everything's so quiet. What is it?
Just keep your eyes open and your mouth shut. Keep low, very low, and watch.
And that's exactly what I did.
What happened next?
A minute or two went by. Suddenly, there was this weird sound that seemed to come from out of nowhere. It grew louder and louder. It got to the point where I had to put my hands over my ears to shut out the sound. It was so shattering. And then it stopped. As suddenly as it had started.
And what did you see, Mr. Harker?
Well, up until then, the bushes had been deathly still. Not a bit of movement of any kind. I turned to Professor Morgan and was about to speak when the field of wild oats we'd been watching began to move in the most curious way. It seemed as if the oats were being stirred up by a streak of wind, which, well, not only bent it, but pressed it down, crushed it, so that it didn't rise, as if some huge, invisible, what can I call it, presence was moving slowly along through the oats, stepping on it with giant feet. And this movement, foot by foot, was prolonging itself directly toward us.
What was your feeling, Mr. Harker, as you were watching this strange occurrence?
Well, I must confess that I lay there in the chaparral, right beside Professor Morgan, watching this fantastic thing happen. And I was not afraid.
Was this equally true of your companion?
No, he was terrified. What are you doing, Hugh? What are you shooting at?
Don't ask questions, just fire while I reload.
Fire? At what?
Straight ahead of you, where the grain is moving.
Well, if you say so. Hugh, what are we doing? What is it?
It's all over now. It's gone. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Oh, no. That poor Sandy. Just look at him. Ripped to pieces. As if he'd run into the blades of a threshing machine.
But what did it? I didn't see anything.
Well, you saw the movement, didn't you? And a sort of blurry outline of a shape?
I saw the movement. Nothing else.
So where are your eyes, Bill? It was there to see. You just had to look and you'd have seen it. I think.
What the devil are you talking about, Hugh? Seen what?
The thing! The damn thing!
Oh. What?
That's what I call it. The damn thing. First, it did away with my chickens, and then the pigs and the cattle. And now poor Sandy, slashed to pieces. And that's not the end. Only the good Lord knows what the damn thing will destroy next. Or who?
Is it possible that there is a grain of truth in the incredible story Harker has just told? And can Hugh Morgan's fear of a shapeless, sinister force, of a thing that seems to challenge all reason and logic, be justified? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. From the blank darkness outside the cabin come the familiar noises of night in the wilderness, the long, nameless note of a distant coyote, and all that mysterious chorus of small sounds that seem always to have been but half heard when they suddenly cease. But none of the company present seems to be aware of anything other than the corpse on the table before them.
Please continue, Mr. Harker.
Well, that's about it. We buried the dog and went back to the cabin. And never said another word to each other about what had happened that morning.
You stayed on for a while?
No, sir. I returned to San Francisco the next day.
And then 5 or 6 weeks later, 3 days ago, you came back again. Why?
To fill in some of the blanks. There were too many unexplained things.
Tell us what happened night before last.
I think Hugh had a pretty good idea of why I had come back so soon after the episode with the dog. It was he himself who suggested that we go out to hunt whatever might be around.
I think our best chances are this way, over this ridge.
But Hugh, isn't that the same ridge where Sandy...
Of course it is, of course. Now just see that your gun is loaded.
It's loaded.
Good. Keep your eyes and ears open. We've got a full moon and visibility is real good. Now, if anything... Be very quiet, Bill. Do you hear anything?
No. Nothing.
Well, just be careful. Be very careful. It comes up on you out of nowhere. It gives you no warning.
Right.
Let it have it, Bill, both barrels. And here's mine. I missed it, Bill. I missed it. Run! Run for your life!
You, I don't see anything. What's happened?
I was thrown violently to the ground by the impact of something unseen in the haze. Something soft and heavy hurled itself against me with great force. Before I could get back to my feet, I heard Morgan crying out in mortal agony. Mingling with his cries were hoarse, savage sounds, like from the throats of mad dogs fighting each other to the death, snarling and growling. This time I was terrified. I struggled to my feet. I looked for Professor Morgan and may heaven in mercy spare me from another sight like that.
Now, easy, Mr. Harker.
Not 20 yards away, my friend was down on one knee, his head thrown back at a terrifying angle. His hat was gone. His long hair was in disorder. His whole body was convulsed with violent movements from one side to the other, backward and forward. His right arm...
Yes?
It was lifted, and it didn't seem to have a hand. At least I could see none. The other arm was completely invisible. Morgan seemed like a wrestler of some kind, determined and yet overcome, beaten by a force of superior weight, greater strength.
And all this time, all you saw was Morgan?
Yeah.
Nothing else? Nobody else?
No, just him. And then, not always distinctly. And throughout the whole thing, such sounds of rage and fury as I have never heard in my life, from man or beast.
Now, what, if anything, did you do to help your friend?
Well, I ran toward him. I had a funny kind of feeling that he was suffering from a fit or from some kind of convulsion. I looked up, and by the light of the moon, I could see, as I had weeks before, the same mysterious movement of the wild oats, retreating, rolling itself back from the place where Hugh lay, toward the edge of the woods. When I got there, I looked down at my friend. He was lying on his back, absolutely still and quiet. He was dead.
Gentlemen, you've now heard 4 different accounts from 4 different witnesses. Now, finally, there is the version of death in some mysterious manner that Morgan was killed by an unknown force or creature of some kind, which Morgan called the damn thing.
Mr. Bentley, there are 2 things more I would like to bring to your attention.
Yes, Mr. Harker?
First, that book you placed under the table, I recognize it as Professor Morgan's diary. You seemed greatly interested in it. In fact, you were reading it while I was testifying. May I see it? I'm sure it would throw a great deal of light on Morgan's death.
The book will cut no figure in this matter, Mr. Harker. All the entries in it were made before Hugh Morgan's death.
That's ridiculous.
Now, you said there's something else you'd like to bring to our attention before a verdict is rendered?
Well, there's one substantial bit of evidence which has not yet been revealed.
Yes, Mr. Harker?
The body of Morgan. I demand that you uncover the body right now so that we can all see whether or not I was telling the truth.
I will be happy to meet with your request, Mr. Harker.
Thank you, sir.
Gentlemen of the jury, the body of Hugh Morgan. Now, it may be difficult to see details in this light. I read from the medical report, gentlemen. The body of the demised is covered with broad maculations of bluish black caused by extravasated contusions. That's those big black and blue marks here, and here, and over here. The chest and sides appear to have been beaten with some heavy weapon such as a bludgeon. I call your attention to these huge tears in the flesh, where the skin has been ripped into shreds and little strips.
Might we know why there's that silk handkerchief passing under the chin and knotted on top of the head?
You may indeed. I'll remove it, and I think you'll see why it's there. If it weren't there, the head would almost be separate, detached from the rest of the body. What was once the neck and throat have, as you can see, been chewed away. That satisfy you, Mr. Harker?
I thank you very much.
Now I will ask the jury to adjourn for its verdict.
We, the jury, do find that the remains of Professor Morgan come to their death at the hands of a mountain lion.
You can't mean that!
Just the same, there is some of us thinks that the remains was subject to a simple case of fits.
Come in. Oh, Mr. Harker. Can't say I'm surprised to see you. To what does my humble office owe the honor of your visit?
I can't accept the verdict your jury gave last night.
Unfortunately, there ain't much you can do about it.
I think there is, sir. I can establish the truth about Hugh Morgan's death.
And how exactly do you propose to do that, Mr. Harker?
Take a look at this.
What is it?
A reel of tape and a recording machine. Months ago, I asked Hugh to make a day-by-day recording of whatever he saw. whatever he experienced in connection with this phenomenon. Would you like to hear it, Mr. Coroner?
Yes, of course.
This might just possibly make you change your mind. Listen carefully.
And Sandy kept running in a kind of half circle, keeping his head turned always toward the center.
You recognize that as Professor Morgan's voice?
Yes,
He kept barking furiously. At last he ran away into the brush as fast as he could go. At first I thought maybe he'd gone mad. And then the thought occurred to me, can a dog see with his nose? Can a dog think with his nose? Do odors impress on the brain the image of the thing that gave off the odor?
The next entry is a few weeks later.
May 27th. It's been here again. I find evidence of its presence every day. In the morning, fresh giant footprints were there as before. I find it impossible to sleep. This is terrible and terrifying. If this is real, I shall go mad. And if it isn't real, then I'm mad already.
It's like I said.
Just
June 3rd. I will not leave. I will not let it drive me away. This is my house, my land. June 5th. I can't stand it any longer. I've invited Harker to spend a couple of days here with me. He has a level head. I can tell from the way he acts whether or not he thinks I'm insane.
Turn it off. I've heard all I intend to hear.
Not yet, sir. We're coming to the most important part of the whole thing. Just listen.
June 10th. I have it. I'm sure I have it. I have the solution to this mystery. It came to me last night suddenly. And how simple it is, how terribly simple. There are sounds we cannot hear. At either end of the scale there are notes that imperfect instrument the human ear cannot grasp. They're either too high in pitch or too low. It's like those whistles that they make for dogs. The dogs can hear it, but the tones are too high for the human ear.
Mr. Harker,
please.
As it is with sounds, so it must be, so it is with colors. Things that are visible to the eye, things that are not visible, are all of them ruled by the same phenomena that govern sounds. At one end of the solar spectrum, there are infrared waves and ultraviolet waves at the other. None of them are visible to the human eye. The eye can only see a few octaves of this huge band of colors, the band between the infrared and the ultraviolet. Now I know that I am not mad. There are colors that we cannot see. And heaven help me, the damn thing is of such a color.
Well?
Yes?
That's what killed Morgan. I was there. I saw it happen.
Mr. Harker, you play this tape for anybody, and they'll swear that Professor Morgan was as crazy as a loon. I don't think you'd want that, would you?
What are you going to do?
Now, please have that real tape. Now, I love the truth as well as the next fella. The world needs the truth. But there are times when the world has an even greater need for what is not true. For the untruth that may offer something like consolation, compassion, or hope. And so, Mr. Harker, with your permission, I think destroying this tape is the best thing we could possibly do.
As the last foot of tape turned into ashes, the skies opened up and it began to rain. And the mutilated body of Hugh Morgan rested quietly where it was. They say, blessed is the bride the sun shines on, blessed is the corpse the rain falls on. Who knows? I'll be back in a moment. An interesting footnote on Ambrose Bierce, the American writer on whose story, The Damned Thing, our tale was based. In 1913, he left his work, disappeared into Mexico, and every trace of him was lost forever. Never heard from again. Is it just possible that he, like Hugh Morgan, met his end at the hands of some damned thing? Who knows? Our cast included Arnold Moss, Robert Dryden, Joan Tompkins, Evie Juster, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Beautiful music. This is KIXI AM 91, Seattle.
CBS News. We have some late information on that prison outbreak in Walpole, Massachusetts. I'm Stuart Novins reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The prison story by station WEEI newsman Dick Levitan.
8 prisoners are holding 3 hostages in a minimum security wing of this state prison about 30 miles southwest of Boston. The hostages are identified as 2 guards and a medic. Officials say they have not been harmed but are bound around the hands and feet. The prisoners have issued a list of demands, but they're not being made public. Prison authorities admit that a shakedown that started this morning and the cancellation of a nighttime lifers party precipitated the convicts' action. So far, no threats have been made against the hostages. No negotiations have been conducted. Earlier in the day, a leader of a major prison reform group had warned officials that there would be trouble here if the lifers party had been canceled. Dick Levitan for CBS News, Walpole State Prison.
That shakedown referred to by reporter Levitan was a routine search for weapons that uncovered more than 25 knives in one cell block alone. The Corrections Department spokesman Dave Brown describes how that medical attendant was captured by the prisoners.
Shortly after the hostages were taken, the physician of the institution, Dr. Ernest Pastorello, went in with a medic. The inmates took the medic hostage. In addition to the 2 correctional officers, they let Dr. Pastorello go. Dr. Pastorello reported seeing the correctional officers and the medic bound, wrists bound with a cord, feet bound with a cord, and he also did report seeing some knives.
The spokesman for the Massachusetts State Prison in Walpole. More news after this.
Time Magazine.
What's in it for you this week?
Cover story. The leading lady of rock and roll, Joni Mitchell.
Most of the rock stars of the 60s survive in repackaged groups with discounted reputation.
But as Joni Mitchell says, the important thing is to write in your own blood.
Her creativity and dedication make her unique among a new generation of female rock stars.
Pop music is a tough world for women, and Time tunes you in on it.
Also in Time this week, in show business, Time previews The Godfather Part 2 and finds it more than just a cynical attempt to cash in on its predecessor.
In books, a buyer's guide to 21 books for Christmas giving. Capsule reviews on subjects ranging from Thomas Hart Benton to Flash Gordon.
With 4 color pages of reproductions from the new art book.
In sports, what the All-American Team 1974 would be like if all the pro football scouts pooled their notebooks.
In modern living, recession hits the rich.
A Manhattan couple switches to non-vintage champagne.
A Chicago industrialist drives a diesel.
And a West Coast millionaire sells one of his yachts.
This is Time this week.
Each week throughout the world, more people get their news from Time than from any other single source.
President Ford is back in the White House after a day in New York. He met with experts on food, energy, and natural resources from Nelson Rockefeller's Commission on Critical Choices. The White House says the president heard several proposals but has not yet endorsed any of them. Tuesday night, Mr. Ford attended the Football Foundation dinner, also in New York. He presented the foundation's Distinguished American Award to Bob Hope. It was while the president's motor convoy was headed for Manhattan from the airport that he was informed that his nominee for vice president, Nelson Rockefeller, had been confirmed by the Senate. The vote was 90-7. Rockefeller described himself as a vice president half designate. The other half comes next week when the House of Representatives will vote. House Speaker Carl Albert says that Wilbur Mills will not seek re-election as chairman of the Ways and Means Committee. Albert says Congressman Mills' doctors recommended that Mills step down for medical reasons. Mills is now at Bethesda Medical Center for treatment of an undisclosed illness. The man who is expected to become chairman is Congressman Al Ullman of Oregon. He has pledged that the committee will operate openly with the members, not the chairman, making the decisions. Ullman puts priority for the committee on action to reform the tax laws, on health insurance, and on welfare reform. The reduction by the Federal Reserve Board of its interest rates on loans to banks gave Wall Street a lift Tuesday. On the New York Exchange, the market went up 53 cents. The Dow Industrials were up nearly 14 points. Chase Manhattan Bank, the nation's third largest bank, lowered its prime interest rate from 10.5% to 10.25%. The White House says President Ford will meet Thursday with auto industry leaders. They will discuss the industry recession and the total American economy. Stuart Novins, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We have another story designed to hit you right between the ears. Murder, of course, is a common, everyday subject of the mystery story. But we promise you that this one murder has an entirely new kind of definition. You've heard the expression, being of two minds. Well, Joe Vincent, our hero, or should I say our victim, is very definitely a man who could be described that way. The only trouble is, one of those minds seems to be bent on homicide. Our mystery drama, My Own Murderer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slesser and stars Mandel Kramer. What is the past? What is the present? Sometimes our minds can no longer tell the difference. Sometimes the strains and stresses of our lives stop us from sorting out the differences between then and now. You're about to meet a man who has this problem, and others. But in order to meet him, we have to take you away from what we hope are your comfortable surroundings and bring you to the mean streets of Skid Row, to the shabbiest part of a large metropolitan city, because that's where you'll find Mr. Joseph Vincent.
I woke up. There was nothing unusual about waking up. I've been doing it all my life. But lately, waking up has been the beginning of a nightmare, not the end. The moment I opened my eyes, I knew this morning was going to be one of those days when I'd have to face that terrible emptiness again, that frightening jump between the real and the unreal. Because when the cold light of morning oozed through the dirty panes of the window in front of me, when I finally made sense out of the strange angles and unfamiliar shapes that formed my surroundings, I realized that I was in a room I'd never seen before. It was a hotel room, probably. There were always hotel rooms, foul-smelling boxes. But I was Joseph Vincent, and I didn't belong in a flea-bag flophouse of a hotel. I didn't belong in this cell of misery. I was Joseph Vincent, and I was rich. Hello?
Hey, you, checkout time is 12 o'clock.
What was that?
This is a hotel, buddy, not a furnished room. You got 20 minutes to get out of there, or I'll have to charge you another $9.
$9? Is that the rate?
That's right. I told you that when you checked in.
When? When was that? What time last night?
I don't remember.
Was I drunk?
Look, mister, what
All right.
do I...
All right, just tell me one more thing. What's the name of this hotel?
It's the Hotel Macaulay's.
All right, thanks. And don't worry, I'm leaving. I managed to get myself out of the bed. I was still dressed. My pants and shirt were eroded by wrinkles, but my jacket was lying untouched across a moldy armchair. I reached for the wallet and checked my money. It was all there. Then I saw something else. It was a water glass and a small bottle. I picked it up and looked at the label. There was a skull and crossbones on it. My flesh turned cold, and the small label blurred in front of my eyes. It was poison, no doubt of it. I put the bottle down with disgust. I struggled into my jacket. Went to the mirror to check out the condition of my face. And there it was once more, the same familiar sight, the letters written in soap across the face of the mirror. And the message was signed as it always was, but this time the words read, "Next time you die."
Come in, Mr. Vincent.
Thank you, Doctor.
Please sit down.
Thank you.
Why don't we begin with the obvious? Tell me how you got my name.
Well, you may not be flattered, Doctor, but I found it in a directory, a medical directory in the library.
Well, at least you know something about my credentials. So, why not tell me about yourself?
Well, you know my name, Joseph Vincent. I'm in Wall Street. Or I was. I've been sort of retired for a while.
Mm-hmm. How old are you, Mr. Vincent?
56.
It's young for retirement. Was it voluntary? Reasons of health?
Yes, it was voluntary. I made quite a bit of money in the market. I didn't see any real reason to keep to a 9-to-5 schedule, especially after my wife died.
When was that?
It was about a year ago. It was an automobile accident. I was in the same crash, but I came out with just a concussion. Eleanor was killed outright.
Was she driving?
No, I was. Anyway, that was when I decided to quit. The work didn't seem so interesting to me anymore, and then there was this other thing.
What other thing?
This thing that started to happen to me.
What was that exactly?
Dr. Abrams, someone is trying to kill me.
Are you really certain of that, Mr. Vincent?
Yes, there have been 3 attempts. The last one took place 2 days ago. That's when I decided it was time for me to see somebody.
A psychiatrist and not the police?
Yes.
May I ask why?
Well, the person who is trying to kill me is myself.
Mr. Vincent, are you telling me that you have suicidal impulses?
No. No, Doctor, I don't have anything of the kind. Not me. Look, I get these spells, Doctor. They started right after the accident. I keep waking up in filthy hotel rooms.
Is that what happens during these spells?
Yes. I suppose maybe you could call it amnesia, blackouts. I've had half a dozen since the accident, each one a little longer than the one before. They come on suddenly without any warning. And then I just find myself in one of these cheap rooms downtown around 10th Avenue or something. Sometimes I wake up at home in my own bed.
Do you live alone?
No, I have a housekeeper, Mrs. McLeavy. She's been with me, well, for more than 20 years. She's been worried sick about these disappearances of mine.
Tell me about the last time.
Well, I woke up in a place called the Hotel Margolies. I must have been drinking. I had a hangover. I could still taste the wine I'd drunk, a cheap muscatel. There wasn't any wine bottle in the room, but there was something else. A bottle of poison.
Poison?
Yes. And there was one more thing.
What was that?
A note. Written on the mirror in soap.
Well, what did it say?
It said, "Next time you die." And it was signed Joe Vincelli.
Joe Vincelli? Who's that?
It wasn't the first time Vincelli had threatened me. Twice before he left notes for me on the mirror. This time he tried to poison me. Next time is it.
Mr. Vincent, who is Joe Vincelli?
I told you. It's me.
Yes.
Look, I know my name is Joseph Vincent, but it wasn't always. I came to America 34 years ago, and my name was Giuseppe Verdi Vincelli. My father was a great opera lover. Everybody called me Joe when I arrived, and I had a lot of different jobs. I was a construction worker, I was a barber, a salesman for an ice cream company. Then a friend of mine got me interested in the stock market. I went to school at night for about 4 years, and then I got a job down on the street. I don't know, maybe I was smart or maybe I was lucky, but...
And why do you think Joe Vincelli is after you?
I don't know, Doctor. That's why I'm here. So you can explain it to me. Why this other man that's in me, in my own body, wants me dead.
Dr. Abrams?
Yes, Penny?
I just wanted to remind you that Mr. Vincent will be here at 4 o'clock.
Oh, yes, I remember all too well.
You don't sound very happy about it.
I'm not sure that this case belongs to my office.
You've dealt with suicidal types before.
Yes, I've dealt with them, and it's not difficult to find a suicide motive in Vincent's case. Guilt over the death of his wife.
Because of the auto accident?
An auto that Vincent was driving. Subconsciously, he blames himself for her death and is seeking punishment. The only punishment that fits the crime. So he's resurrected the cruder, more violent personality of Joe Vincelli to do the job for him. And I'm afraid he might succeed.
How awful.
This other personality knows that Vincent is trying to defend himself, so he's all the more cunning, all the more difficult to reach.
Maybe you need an exorcist, Doctor.
Maybe I need a detective.
What?
It may take months to get the answers out of Vincent's unconscious, and by that time...
But what could a detective do?
He could follow the man, find out where he goes during these blackouts, what he does.
You think that would help?
If I knew the answers to those questions, I might be able to save his life.
Dr. Abrams, don't you remember what my husband Pete does for a living?
Your husband?
He's a cop.
I don't understand what you intend to do, Dr. Abrams.
Well, I know it's unorthodox, Mr. Vincent, but I think the problem is critical enough to warrant some unusual tactics. That's why I wanted you to meet Mr. O'Connor.
Just call me Pete, Mr. Vincent.
Pete is my nurse's husband. At the moment, he's on leave from the police force.
I've got a minor disability. A junkie stabbed me in the side last month, but don't worry. I can get around just fine.
Well, what do you intend to do? Arrest Joe Vincelli?
You're not too far wrong. What we need to do, Mr. Vincent, is find out exactly where your friend Joe Vincelli takes you when you have these spells of amnesia.
Now, I could continue to probe your unconscious for that answer, and I will, but at the same time, I'd like to try a direct approach to the problem.
Yeah. I see that it does make sense. I've often thought I needed to be watched.
If we can catch you in the personality of Joe Vincelli, Mr. Vincent, maybe we can make Joe listen to reason and leave you alone.
But the least we can do is stop him from killing you.
Just wanted to say good night, Dr. Abrams.
Good night, Penny. See you tomorrow.
You know, if you wanted me to work on those files tonight, I could do that.
No, Penny. You run along home. The files can wait for another time.
Well, tonight isn't a bad time at all, since I won't have a husband to cook for.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I forgot. Pete's starting this surveillance tonight.
He calls it a stakeout. I'll get that. Dr. Abrams' office.
Penny, it's Pete.
Hi. We were just talking about you.
Ah, great. That's why my ears are burning. Say nothing to the rest of my face.
You sound funny. Is anything wrong?
Yeah, I'm wrong. This layoff of mine must have turned me stale.
Pete, what's happened?
I lost up the job.
What's the matter?
Doctor, I think you'd better talk to my husband.
Hello, Pete. What's the trouble?
He outfoxed me, Dr. Abrams. The first night, I let Vincent get away. He took this razor and got away from me.
Razor? What are you talking about?
I spoke to his housekeeper, Mrs. McLeavy. She caught him packing up this straight razor and leaving the house. And if we find Vincent with his throat cut, it'll be my fault.
Well, the question is, who got away? Was it Joseph Vincent, the wealthy, cultured, retired stockbroker? Or was it tough Joe Vincelli, a man capable of violence, perhaps capable of murder? And would both personalities finally come into conflict and end both their lives? We'll learn a great deal more when I return shortly with Act 2. Joseph Vincent has disappeared, and in the offices of Dr. William Abrams, a gloomy trio has gathered to determine their next step. None of them certain that Joseph Vincent hasn't already known the vengeance of his alter ego, Joe Vincelli.
I don't know how I could have been so stupid. The boys in the station house hear about this. They won't let me back.
Stop blaming yourself, Pete.
No, it's my fault, really. I should have warned you that something like this could happen.
Yeah, but the very first night of my stakeout. Well, that's something I never figured.
It's something that Joseph Vincent's alter ego figured, however.
Pete, how did it happen exactly?
Well, I was sitting outside in my car, and I saw Mr. Vincent leaving his house. So I started the engine. Well, that's when he waved to me and came over.
Well, what did he say?
He just said he was walking around the corner to the newspaper store.
Did he look the same? Sound the same?
Exactly. I couldn't see anything wrong with the guy at all. He fooled me, Penny. He wasn't Joseph Vincent at all. It was this other guy, Joe Vincelli.
Well, what did you do when he didn't return?
I went looking for him, of course, but he was nowhere in sight. So I figured he hopped a bus or a taxi.
His car was still out in front.
That's right. Well, anyway, that's when I decided to go into the house and talk to Mrs. McLeavy.
His housekeeper?
Right.
And she told you about the razor?
Yeah. She said she passed Vincent's bedroom and saw him putting the straight razor into a case and slipping it into his coat pocket.
But why?
I think I'd like to ask Mrs. McLeavy that myself.
I feel just terrible about this, Doctor. Just awful. I just don't understand it, Dr. Abrams. I've known the man for 20 years, and I've never seen him act so strange.
When was the first time you knew about Mr. Vincent's problem?
I never did know the first couple of times. He didn't say a word, but then he couldn't hide the truth anymore. Once he was gone for a whole week, just walked out of the house without a word, and didn't come back for a week. His clothes were a terrible mess. They were in such bad shape, he told me to throw them away.
And did you?
Yes.
Did you notice anything unusual about the clothes? I mean, any strange markings, perhaps something in the pockets?
Well, there was one thing.
What was it?
Well, I'm a little bit ashamed to say.
No, please, Mrs. McLeavy, it might be important.
Well, it was a calendar. One of those.
Those?
Oh, you know, with one of those women on it without a stitch.
Oh, yes, I see. Do you still have it?
No, I threw it away, along with his dirty clothes.
But do you have the clothes he wore the last time he disappeared?
Oh, yeah, I got them all ready for you. Just back from the dry cleaners.
The dry cleaners?
Of course. I sent them out just as soon as he came back.
Ah, Mrs. McLeavy, we wanted those clothes just the way they were.
Well, I can't imagine why you'd want dirty clothes, Doctor.
Well, never mind. I'll take them just the way they are.
I'll get them for you.
Oh, Mrs. McLeavy.
Yeah?
One more thing. Did Mr. Vincent always use a straight razor?
Why, no, he never did.
What?
He used an electric razor all the time.
Hey, Joe! For the love of Pete, if it ain't Joe Vincelli.
Hello, Mike. How are you?
Where you been for the last couple of weeks? I give up on you already.
Well, I've been around.
Around, huh? Tell me the truth. You were hitting the bottle again, huh?
Oh, I don't know, Mike. Maybe a little.
You're sure a funny guy, Joe. 5 times you come to work for me, and 5 times you walk out without a goodbye. If I didn't like you so much, I'd throw you out on your ear, eh? You're a good barber, Joe. You give people their money's worth.
Thanks, Mike. I appreciate that.
A man like you, a real artist with the shears and the razor. Joe, listen to me. Why don't you try and cut it out, huh? The vino, I mean.
Yeah, I guess I should, Mike.
That stuff don't do no good. You ought to be working steady, saving money. No, for your old age.
Sure, I know, Mike.
What's the matter, Joe? You don't look so good.
Oh, well, it's my head. It hurts.
Ah, you see, that's what the vino gets.
No, I haven't had a drink. It's just that my head hurts sometimes. Mike, you will take me back, won't you? Can I work for you again?
But for how long, Joe? 2 days, a week? With you, I'm never sure.
But I need the work, Mike. I don't know what I'd do with myself if I didn't work.
Okay, Joe, okay. I could never say no to a good barber. You got the job.
Thanks, Mike.
And listen, you bring your old razor, Joe, huh? Or you hock it, maybe?
No, I didn't hock it, Mike. I got it right here.
I wish you wouldn't look like that, Dr. Abrams.
I'm sorry, Penny. I can't help blaming myself for what's happened.
That's fine. I've got a husband who blames himself and a boss who blames himself.
Maybe it was wrong to handle it this way. Maybe we should call the police.
Pete is the police, and he really doesn't think you have grounds to involve them, Doctor.
That man is carrying a murderer around with him.
I suppose so. But I can't help wondering. Well, it all seems pretty obvious to me about where Mr. Vincent goes when he has these blackouts.
All right, where?
You know the old expression, cherchez la femme?
Yes, I know. Find the woman.
Don't you think that's the most likely explanation?
Because of that girly calendar Mrs. McLeavy found?
Well, it does seem to indicate an interest in the opposite sex. The poor man's been widowed for over a year. Would it be surprising if he went out hunting for feminine company? That must be Pete.
Let him in, Penny.
Hi, honey. How are you?
Okay, I guess. I'm afraid I don't have much to report. I got the laboratory report on Vincent's clothing.
The suit Mrs. McLeavy had dry cleaned.
Yeah, that made it kind of tough, but there was one substance the dry cleaners didn't get out.
What was that?
Well, near as they can tell, Doc, it was powder. Face powder.
Face powder.
Are you sure, Pete?
Well, not much doubt about it. It was a kind of cheap brand, but that's what it was.
Well, what do you know? I was right. Cherchez la femme.
Nobody gives a shaver like you, Joe. You really got the touch.
Oh, thanks, Mike.
It's worth it to be having you work here. Just so you can give me a shave.
Hi, Joe, you old son of a gun, so you're back.
Oh, hi, Phil.
How are you, Joe? Where you been lately? I missed you, buddy.
Oh, I've been away.
Last time I saw you, you were hitting that vino pretty hard, huh? Oh, you're a bad boy, Joe. You know that gin and vino don't mix.
That's right. Hey, we played gin rummy together, didn't we?
Hey, how you like that? Doesn't even remember. Took $50 off me and he can't remember a thing.
Hey, good for you, Joe. Teach you these young punks a lesson.
Well, how about one of your great shaves, Joe?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'm not working anymore today.
You mean you're quitting so soon?
Yeah, Joe has got a headache.
Oh, that's too bad, Joe. Hey, listen, if you feel like relaxing, how about coming over to my place? My girl Anita is there. She'll fix us a little pasta or something, and maybe we could play a friendly game of gin.
Well, I don't know.
Hey, Joe, no. Maybe you better go home and lie down for a while.
Home?
Well, yeah, you got some place to stay, don't you?
Hey, come on, Joe. Give me a break. Let me try to win back some of that bread.
All right, Phil. I'll give you a chance. Just let me get my coat.
Hey, great. I'll wait for you outside.
Listen, Joe. You really think it's a good idea?
Oh, sure. Why not?
Oh, you don't know that guy. What are you doing playing cards with a guy you don't even know?
I've got to do something, Mike. I can't just eat and sleep. A guy's got to do something.
Well, I just hope you know what you're doing.
Go on, Joe. Help yourself.
Boy, these cards are really lousy.
They'll look better after a little more vino, Joe.
Looks to me like you boys need a fresh bottle.
No, more for me.
Don't you like the stuff, Joe?
Maybe I shouldn't drink anymore. My head feels like a tom-tom.
Hey, maybe it's the red stuff. Hey, Anita, how about breaking out that Chablis? How's that sound, Joe?
Yeah, okay.
Hey, I'll give you the 8 of hearts.
Oh, that's nice of you, Joe. I'll take that little 8 of hearts and give you the 2 of diamonds.
Here you go, boys. Nice fresh bottle.
2 diamonds. 2 diamonds don't do me no good.
Drink up, Joe.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot.
How about picking another card, Joe?
Oh, didn't I just pick one?
You're getting a little stupid now, Joe.
Drink your vino, Joe. That'll make everything look better.
Yeah, go ahead, Joe. Have a drink.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. It's good. It's very good, Phil. This is very nice. Oh.
Oh, careful!
Joe. Hey, Joe.
Yeah, he's out like a light. Dead to the world.
Hey, come on. Give me a hand with him.
What are you going to do, Phil?
I don't know what I'm going to do, baby. I want to make sure that Mr. Vincelli is really dead to the world.
It would appear that Mike the barber gave good advice to his friend Joe Vincelli. Too much vino obviously doesn't do him any good. In fact, too much vino seems to be threatening his life at the moment. Obviously, more than one person seems to want Mr. Vincent dead. Or is Phil's intended victim Joe Vincelli? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. Joseph Vincent has disappeared, and a man who used to call himself Joe Vincelli has taken over his body, returning to the trade he knew as a young man. But Joe Vincelli has encountered another young man who doesn't seem to like barbers. and is about to do something about it. At the same time, in the office of a psychiatrist named Dr. Abrams, a worried trio ponders the problem.
I can tell you one thing. Vincent didn't take a taxi when he walked around that corner. I checked it out with the Hack Bureau. No cabbie in the vicinity picked up a guy that fits his description that night.
Therefore, he either walked to where he was going or he took a bus. Let's face it, we're at a dead end.
Don't use that word.
You really think the guy's a menace to his own life, Doctor, huh?
Well, he hasn't been my patient long enough for me to answer that, but based on his past history, I'd say the chances are pretty good.
I'll get it. Dr. Abrams' office. Who? Yes, he's here. Pete, this call is for you.
Oh.
A man named Halsey.
Oh, yeah, it's Sam Halsey from the lab. Hello, Sam? Yeah. Uh-huh. How many did you say? Well, that's peculiar, huh? Yeah, sure. Well, thanks a lot, Sam. I really appreciate this. So long.
What was that all about?
Well, the laboratory isn't still working on those clothes of Vincent, are they?
No, not the suit that was dry clean, but I found another suit in Vincent's closet. I kind of, borrowed it to see if we would turn up the same kind of face powder.
Did you?
No. But Sam says they found something else. They found hairs on the suit. Small particles of hair.
Mm-hmm. Blonde or brunette?
Well, that's the crazy part. They found both. And some redhead, too.
Wow. Did you say he wasn't a Romeo?
Now, wait a minute. If they were small particles, Of course, I just remembered what Vincent told me about his early life in this country.
What did he say?
He had several jobs here before he got into the stock market, and one of them was barber.
Barber?
Hey, that would explain it all right. The small bits of hair.
And that calendar he brought home that time. Where's a better place to pick up a girly calendar than a barber shop?
And that face powder on his clothes.
Well, that's it. He goes to a barber shop.
I'd say he probably works there.
And that would explain why he packed that straight razor of his. It's probably the same razor he used when he started shaving guys in America.
But why in the world does he want to work in a barber shop? He's a rich man.
But he's not a rich man when Joe Vincelli takes over his body. He's the poor immigrant all over again doing the same work he did then.
So all we've got to do is find out which barber shop he works in.
He's sure to be working under his old name, Vincelli.
But there must be 1,000 barber shops in this city. We can't call all the barbers.
Well, if we're lucky, we won't have to call them all. We'll find the one where Mr. Vincelli is working.
Hey, come on, Joe. You can make it, old buddy. Just a few steps more.
Hey, what is this? You bringing that wino back here?
What's the matter? Don't this hotel want customers?
Not like that one.
He won't be in any trouble. He'll just sleep it off.
And we'll just make sure he's got enough money to pay the room rent.
You don't have to worry about my pal.
Yeah, maybe you better pay for it in advance.
Okay, sure, friend. Anything you say. As long as I can make sure my boy Joe is all right.
Hello? Apex Barbers?
Vincelli.
Do you have a barber named
Vincelli.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, thank
Hello?
you. Thank you.
Is this the Continental Barber Shop?
Hello,
Please tell me.
Freddie's Barber Shop.
You have a barber.
You got a barber named
Lincoln
Joe
Barber Shop.
Vincelli working there?
Can you tell me if you have a barber named Joe Vincelli there?
What's that? Hey, Doc, Penny, I got him.
Never mind.
Yeah, I understand. But can you tell me where he went?
Isn't he there?
No, he took off this afternoon with a friend.
Does he know where the friend lives?
He said he doesn't know. Hello? Listen, are you the owner? Yeah, it's very important that we find Mr. Vincelli. Well, but you must have some idea.
Pete, tell him we'll come down there and talk to him in person.
Yeah, look, if Joe is in some kind of trouble...
No, it's not the kind of trouble you might think, Mr. D'Angelo.
You said you were a cop, right?
Yes, I'm a police officer, but this gentleman here is a doctor. Joe Vincent's doctor.
Who's Joe Vincent? The guy I know is named Vincelli.
Yeah, well, they're one and the same.
We think that your friend may be in danger, Mr. D'Angelo. He has definite suicidal tendencies.
Joe does? That's right. And unless we can locate him, he may never work for you or anyone else again.
Well, like I told you, there's a fella comes in here. Joe played cards with him a couple of times. All I know is his first name, Phil.
Well, what does he do for a living?
I don't know. I think he's a bookie. I told Joe not to get mixed up with him.
And you don't know where he lives?
No, I don't know. Oh, wait a minute.
Huh?
He has got a girlfriend in the neighborhood named Anita French. Maybe she can tell you where he is.
That's it, Joe. That's all it's gonna take. Just turn on the heater and let some nice gas into the room. Sure, Joe. Hey, you just lie back and take it easy. Now, just one more thing. Gotta get the soap. Now, here it is. Let's see. What do we want to write today, Joe? Hey, I know. Just one word today, Joe, okay? Just one word.
Yeah? What do you want?
Miss French?
That's right.
Police, Miss French.
Police, what did I do?
Oh, nothing, miss. We just want to ask you a few questions. Well, maybe we come in?
Yeah, I guess so.
Oh, looks like there's been a card game here, huh?
Is that why you're here, on a gambling bust? Well, forget it. It was just a friendly game.
No, that's not why we're here. We came to ask you about a friend of yours named Phil.
And his friend, Joe Vincelli.
Was Mr. Vincelli here today, miss?
Yeah, he was. So what?
Where's Mr. Vincelli now?
How should I know? The game broke up and they left.
Miss French, this may be hard to explain, but this man you know as Joe Vincelli isn't Joe Vincelli. He has another personality, another identity.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, it's not important that you understand. What is important is that Joe Vincelli is in danger of taking his own life.
What?
We've got to find this guy before he hurts himself. Now, can you understand that much?
Hey, Pete, wait a minute. Look at this.
Well, what is it, Doc?
A matchbook.
The Hotel Margolies. Hey, that's right across the street.
That's where Vincent went the last time. Maybe he's going back again.
Mr. Vincent! Joe! Are you in there?
He might be asleep. Or worse.
Come on, you. Open the door.
All right, already, all right.
Oh, good Lord, it's gas.
Turn the heater off.
The window open.
Hey, Doc. Look at that mirror.
Yeah, he's written all over it with soap.
Hey, is he dead?
No, he's still alive.
All right, get him out in the hall, quick.
Give me a hand.
Okay.
Come on.
Are you sure he's breathing?
Yeah, he's okay. Mr. Vincelli.
I'd sure like to know what's going on here.
Shut up, come on.
Dr. Abrams. Is that you?
Yeah. Yes, it's Dr. Abrams.
Oh.
Do you know who you are?
Yes, I'm Joseph Vincent.
Wow. That's something, anyway.
Hey, Doc. Do you see what it says on the mirror?
Yes. Just one word. Death.
Yeah. And it's signed Joe Vincelli.
What? What happened? Did I do it again? Did I try to kill myself again?
It looks that way, Mr. Vincent.
Only this time you almost succeeded. Hey, wait a minute.
What is it, Pete?
Mr. Vincent, let me see your hands.
My hands?
Look at them. They're filthy.
Well, so what?
Well, it means he hasn't washed them.
No. I guess I didn't.
There's no soap smell on them either. Not a trace.
What are you getting at, Pete?
The note on the mirror was written with a cake of soap, but there's no trace of soap on Mr. Vincent's hands. He didn't write on that mirror, Doc. We were wrong about Joe Vincelli.
No, Pete. I'm sure there's a Vincelli personality.
But maybe Vincelli isn't a killer. Maybe the killer's got an identity all his own.
Hi, Mike. Oh, hello, Phil.
Nita said you called her. Something about my buddy Joe.
Yeah, that's right. I'm afraid Joe won't be around to shave you no more, Phil.
No, kid. Disappeared again.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah. But look, I don't want to lose a good customer. You sit down. I show you I can give you as good a shave.
Okay, Mike. I want to take a chance. Poor Joe. He really liked this vino too much.
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Here, let me put this towel around you.
Hey, is he gonna be okay? You know?
I'm afraid it's a kind of serious fear. Hey, this lather is too hot for you?
No, it's fine. Go on, Mike, tell me the worst.
I'll tell you the worst, Phil.
Hey. Joe, what are you doing here?
Hand me that razor, Mike. I'll take over.
Yeah, sure, Joe. And I'll be in the back if you need me.
Wait a minute.
What's the matter, Phil?
Huh?
You always said I gave the best shave in town.
Listen, Joe, maybe you better not. A man in your condition...
Don't move. Razor is a very delicate instrument, you know that?
Joe, take it easy, huh?
One wrong move here, you could kill a man in 2 seconds.
Joe, I...
Feel how sharp that blade is against your throat? Oh, I keep my razor sharp, Phil.
Get that thing away from me!
Wouldn't move if I were you.
What is this?
You know what it is, Phil. I'm not Joe Vincelli anymore. I'm Joseph Vincent now. And Joseph Vincent doesn't remember how to handle a razor anymore.
Hey, you're crazy.
Not as crazy as you thought I was. I thought it was Joe Vincelli who wanted me dead. But it was you. You, Phil, all along. Why? What for?
I swear, I never meant to hurt you.
No, just to kill me. Now, if you don't tell me why...
Hey, stop! Hey, look, I'm bleeding.
Only a small cut, Phil. In another few seconds...
Somebody help me!
You can help yourself, Phil. Tell me who you are.
I'm Phil McLeavy.
McLeavy?
I'm your housekeeper's son.
Mrs. McLeavy's son? I don't believe you. She wouldn't do anything like this.
She doesn't know anything about it. It was all my idea.
What idea?
Stop it. Hey, stop it, will you? Look at the blood.
Talk or I'll kill you.
Okay. When she told me about those spells you had, I figured it out. She showed me a calendar you brought home once. It had the address of Mike's barbershop, so I came here.
Why did you follow me?
I thought if you're trying to kill yourself, nobody would ever think it was murder.
Why? What was in it for you?
Well, I knew you were going to leave my mother a lot of money. You didn't have anybody else. And when she got it, I'd get mine too.
You would kill her next.
Oh, no, I swear it.
You know something, Phil? Some people should get their throats cut.
No, Mr. Vincent.
Hold it right there.
Help me. He just tried to kill me.
Stop blubbering, Sal. You're okay. You just had a very close shave.
They say that barbershop shaves are becoming a lost art. And if that's the kind of shave they're handing out these days, I can well understand. Of course, we hope the barbers in our audience aren't offended. Personally, we think there's only one thing more relaxing than an afternoon in a barber's chair. And that's the time spent listening to the Radio Mystery Theater. I'll be back shortly. Perhaps you'll remember the story about the man in the barber shop who was getting a fine straight razor shave while a very pretty blonde lady manicured his nails. He said to her, "You're the prettiest girl I've seen in years. How about a date tonight?" She replied, "Why don't you ask my husband? He's shaving you." What? No laugh? Well, that's not the purpose of the Radio Mystery Theater anyway. We're here to hand out chills and thrills, and we hope you'll be back for more. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, Robert Dryden, Catherine Byers, Suzanne Grossman, Ian Martin, and Sam Gray. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Friendly music station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. The military situation in Phnom Penh, Cambodia has worsened and is now reported very critical. I'm Ann Crosman reporting on the CBS Radio Network. We have a late situation report from Mike Snitowski.
The situation around Phnom Penh is described in radio reports to the Cambodian embassy here as extremely critical. According to the reports monitored directly from Army High Command headquarters in Phnom Penh, most government defenses have now crumbled and insurgent forces are moving steadily forward toward the populated sections of the city. There are still government troops holding out in isolated pockets all around the capital, but insurgent infiltrators have broken through in large numbers and are no longer possible to contain. The chance of a major bloodbath, according to the reports, now looks increasingly real as government soldiers and the Khmer Rouge reportedly are firing at each other in close-quarter combat within the capital's northwest section, where some 50 foreigners are said to be holding out inside the French embassy. Many of them reportedly are armed. Mike Snitowski for CBS News, Bangkok.
The airport at Phnom Penh is reported still in the hands of government soldiers, but since rebels are at the edge of it, no planes are flying out. The military situation in South Vietnam does not appear much better. Communist insurgents have attacked the port city of Phan Rang, and military sources say that government soldiers there have fled. In another push toward Saigon, rebels have launched a massive artillery barrage on a major air base. President Ford told the annual Republican fundraising dinner in Washington Tuesday night that with work, the GOP can rebuild itself and win in next year's elections. Mr. Ford called on Republicans to lead the way in responsible economic policy.
For too many years, the country has been headed in the wrong direction. Constantly increasing deficits and unchecked spending have been milestones on the road to economic disaster. As I see it, despite our present traumatic experiences, both at home and abroad, we must move in a new direction, a Republican direction, toward budgetary discipline and fiscal restraints.
Mr. Ford repeated his intention to run for president next year. The House voted Tuesday to add $5 billion to state and federal unemployment trust funds that have been depleted by the high jobless rate. Already, 7 states and Puerto Rico have had to borrow nearly $500 million from the federal government to meet their commitments for unemployment insurance this year. Now this message.
When you say but, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say. When you say but, you've gone as far as you can go to get the very best. When you say but, you've said the word that means you like to do it all. When you say but, you Say you care enough to only want the king of beers. There is no other one. There's only something left. Because the king of beers is leading all the rest. When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Lebanon's premier is expected to meet on Wednesday with Palestinian guerrillas and members of the right-wing Phalangist Party to try to arrange a ceasefire. I'm Ann Crosman, CBS News.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There's a certain kind of real estate which is special and unique. It can be at once the best or the worst place of all to be. If you want to hide from the world, shut away everyone else, and have perfect solitude, it's the place for you. But if you love your fellow man and value human contact, as most of us do, this paradise can be the very worst kind of hell. The piece of real estate is an island, and this is the story of a very special island. Our mystery drama, The Mysterious Island, was based on the classic by Jules Verne and written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Earl Hammond and Leon Janney. In March of 1865, the Union Army of General Grant had the town of Richmond, Virginia, sewed up in siege. And a curious situation developed. Within the town were many Northern prisoners, Union officers and others whose burning desire was to escape and rejoin the North. But while allowed certain liberties, the town was so strictly guarded that escape seemed impossible. However, just as their prisoners could not escape, the Southern secessionists themselves were also trapped. That is how Forster's balloon came to be manufactured and inflated in the great square of Richmond, waiting on north wind, which arrived on March 18th with a vengeance.
What brings you out in such weather, Captain Harding?
What else, Mr. Spillett?
Escape?
Whenever the weather is bad is the time. The worse it gets, the better our chances.
Have you a new plan?
I've been approached by someone with a new idea.
Who?
His name is Pencroft, a sea captain and a navigator.
Well, we can hardly hope to escape by sea, so we have little need of a navigator.
Don't be too sure. Suppose we were to escape by air.
By air? How?
We're looking at the means right now. Foster's balloon.
Are you mad? We're not aeronauts.
I am an engineer. Pencroft is a sea captain. We have some qualifications.
And what about me?
You, Mr. Spillett, will have a front-page story for the New York Herald. And what a newspaper story for a war correspondent to write.
As if I'm alive to put pen to paper. No, it's impossible. The craft is too well guarded, and besides, Jonathan Forster is scheduled to leave today.
With 5 heavily armed men. The gondola is packed with $2,000 in gold, ammunition, and stores. But if Pencroft is right, he will delay his takeoff.
Why?
He reads this wind as the leading edge of a hurricane. Forster won't risk it.
And you propose we should?
It's a chance that may never come again.
How many are we?
Myself, yourself, Pencroft, and his son.
How old?
A boy, but full grown. We can't very well leave Pencroft behind. It was his idea, and he won't go without his son.
Very well. When?
Tonight, after dark, at 10 o'clock. Keep your fingers crossed that the wind does not die down before then.
And so began an incredible adventure. As a writer, it naturally fell to me to keep the record of it. And weird and unbelievable as it may seem, I have tried to keep it faithfully. The hurricane that Pencroft had forecast became a reality. And when the soldiers guarding the balloon had run for cover, that was when we made our break. Captain Harding, do you think we dare try to take off at this?
It's our only chance. What do you say, Pencroft?
Neb and me was ready to set out alone, though I know nothing of sailing a lighter than aircraft. With you along, Captain, your knowledge of balloons, we're doubly ready.
Well, Gideon, are you with us?
Well, if you think I'm going to miss out on the best story of the war, you're crazy. I am with you.
All right, now listen. Luckily, the wind's blown out the gas lamps, so we've got the dark as well as the mist to shield us. But we'll take no chances, since none of us are armed. We'll split up now, and each sneak up to the balloon from a different side. We meet there in 5 minutes. Hurry, Gideon, we're ready to cast off.
Where's the boy?
He was supposed to come from the east. I'll have to go look for him.
Give him a chance. Meantime, all of you, help me get rid of the ballast bags.
I won't go without my boy.
Here he comes now.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to keep you waiting.
What happened to you?
It was Top. He must have broken his chain.
Who's Top?
My dog. I told him he couldn't come, but what are they doing to him?
Oh, he's roused the guard. Pencroft, grab the boy.
I've got to go to him. I've
Looks
got
like
to go
he's
to
coming
him.
to us. Cast off the cable on your side, Gideon, while I get mine.
The dog jumped aboard. Top wants to go with him.
Bring him. Get him overboard.
It's too late. We're 20 feet off the ground already. Thank heaven we're rising fast enough to get away from their bullets. We've made it. We've escaped. We're on our way home.
Home. Little did any of us know how long it would be before we saw that again, if ever. No words could describe the terror of the next 5 days. The full rage of the hurricane swept us through the air, tossing and turning the gondola basket like a pendulum till all of us were airsick. By night, the captain could not dare risk a descent, and by day, a curtain of swirling fog shrouded the earth. For 5 days we rode the whirlwind, surviving it Lord only knows how, till at last, that morning, for the first time, the mist parted below us, and we saw the sea. It's sea beneath us.
Yes, and we're falling fast.
What's that sound? There's a rent in the balloon.
The gas is leaking out.
What can we do, Captain?
Get everything overboard. Lighten her as much as we can.
What about this gold?
Over with it.
It's over $2,000.
Good, it might buy us our lives. Over. Come on.
The food, Captain.
Everything, even the guns.
It isn't doing any good. We're still falling. Land, Captain, land! Topside first, land!
Where?
Neb, you're right, boy. Off to starboard there.
We'll never fetch it. We're almost in the sea now. We've got to lighten her more.
There's nothing left to get rid of.
Yes, there is. We'll cut away the gondola itself. Quick, all of you, climb up on the net around the balloon and cling to it. The wind's carrying us toward the island.
But Top, he can't
Up
get up.
you go with the others, boy. I'll hand Top up to you. Here.
I've got him, okay. Hurry, Captain. Hurry, we're almost on the wave top.
Just one more cable and cut it.
What happened?
We took a wave broadside.
But look, it bounced the balloon up into the air. We're going to make it to land. We're going to... No, Top.
What is it, Neb?
The captain, Dad. The captain, he's gone. And Top went in after him. It was true. A wave struck the balloon and carried away Captain Harding and the dog. And the loss of their weight had been just enough to let the collapsing balloon rise and the wind to carry it towards the land. Now, just before we came to the shore, the balloon, half inflated, fell again to the sea. And with the wind driving it and us clinging to the mesh, we were rushed to the shore, battered by the surf, fighting our way to shore, exhausted and half dead.
Easy, lad. Easy. We'll find him.
Oh, never in a sea like that.
Any sign of them, Gideon?
I didn't have much hope, and I was too exhausted to go far. What happened to the balloon?
As soon as we cut ourselves free, the wind took it. It's gone too.
It's Top. It's Top. Here, boy. Come on, boy. Oh, Top, you're alive. You made it. The dog looks in good condition. Strange.
Something stranger. His coat's near as dry as a bone. How could that be if he come out of the sea?
Well, he didn't. He came along the beach and... Hush, boy, hush. Well, then that means the captain may have made it ashore, too.
I don't see a sign of him.
If only Top could tell us. Oh, but he is, Mr. Gideon. He is. Look.
He's got my sleeve, and he's trying to pull me back the way he came. He's trying to take us to the captain.
We followed the excited dog. He was leading us into the tropical jungle. Now, after fighting our way for nearly a mile, we came out in a clearing off which opened a cave. And in it, we found... It's the captain!
Down, Top, down.
Well, I only hope he's still alive. Captain, can you hear me?
Neb, here, take my hat. Get some water from that stream.
Yes, Father.
How is he?
Well, he's unconscious. Oh, that's a bad gash in his head. But otherwise, he seems unhurt.
How in the name of all that's holy could he have got out of that sea, crossed all them rocks, and dragged himself here?
Yes, seems impossible. But we haven't time to worry about any mysteries now. We have to try to bring him to. As I worked over the captain, my mind was busy with many questions. Where were we? Was it an island or a continent? Did it have inhabitants or not? And how could a man with so serious a concussion, exhausted from a long swim, have possibly dragged himself across those jagged rocks without injury and found his way a mile deep into this tropical jungle to the safe haven of this cave?
I can't answer your question, Gideon. When I hit the water, I was knocked half dizzy. I swam as long as I could, but the waves were terrific. And the last thing I remember was thinking I'd had it and blacking out.
You don't remember anything about getting to the beach or finding your way here?
Not a blessed thing.
And Top?
Oh, I remember his swimming beside me when I blacked out.
Yes, but he could hardly have dragged you ashore.
Hardly.
Well, you'd better rest.
Gideon, where are we?
Well, that's what I'd been hoping to ask you.
I've been thinking about that since I regained consciousness. Now, traveling southeast from a starting point in Richmond at an average of 90 miles an hour ahead of the wind, my guess would be some 7,000 miles away and somewhere in the Pacific.
7,000 miles?
Well, the distance is less important, perhaps, than the direction. The question is where we are here. Is it the South American continent, the Asian, the Australian, or is it an island?
I can answer that. We seem to be marooned on a desert island.
A desert island?
How's the captain?
Well, much better, as you'll see, Neb. What luck?
All kinds of luck. Unbelievable.
Washed up on the shore, lashed to two barrels which kept it afloat. A great sea chest full of all sorts of tools and weapons and clothes.
Maybe more important, two wooden crates. One full of tinned goods, the other ship staples. Coffee, flour, dried beef, and the like.
It's incredible. Washed ashore from some shipwreck?
Well, maybe, only... Well, you tell them, Father.
All I could say is them rope lashings hadn't been in the seawater long.
Someone or something, we think, left those stores for us.
And I know for sure I couldn't have saved myself. I had to have help. Divine or...
Now, just a minute. If anyone's saying that some supernatural influence hovers around the island...
All I'm saying is what I see and what I know.
Well named, the mysterious island, with its unknown benefactor who seems to protect our castaways. Is he real or imagined? And can he still protect them from all the dangers yet to come? If he exists, will they ever meet him face to face? I shall return shortly with Act 2. Can you conceive of traveling 7,000 miles in an unguided balloon? Of being swept from one hemisphere to the other? And yet, if you'll take out a map of the world and lay an ordinary ruler from Richmond, Virginia to the southwest, the direction that a northeast wind would blow you, you'll see you could end up somewhere south of the Hawaiian Islands in the midst of a sea that in 1865 was still largely uncharted.
If indeed some other presence invaded our island, during the next month we had no further evidence of it. We were all too busy with our various tasks, and Captain Harding with regaining his strength to think much further about it. One morning, Neb and Pencroft set out to hunt, and I set about constructing some more earthenware pots on a wheel, which the captain had designed.
Good morning, Gideon.
Morning, Captain. It's a beautiful day.
Seems so to me. Thanks to you, Gideon.
Nonsense. I've done little. Without your leadership and knowledge, we'd all have been in a bad way. Now, this potter's wheel, for example. Without it, no dishes. The magnifying glass you made from your watch crystal, without it, no fire. Oh, hundreds of other things.
Well, I'd be a poor engineer if I had no knowledge of simple mechanics. Are the others gone?
Yes, good half hour since.
Then I'd be an even poorer leader if I didn't face hard facts.
What do you mean?
We must find a better place to stay.
But, Captain, we have shelter, water. Oh, I know the insects are bad at
Gideon, so far we've been concerned with survival. We've managed that. Now we have to consider escape.
Escape? To where?
Another island, then another. Till at last the mainland or civilization.
But how?
We must build a boat. And to do that, we must be near the sea where it can be launched. Tomorrow I start looking for our new home.
3 weeks later, Captain Harding had found what we came to call Granite House, which became our permanent home. I will never forget the day he first led us to it. A great granite cliff suddenly reared straight up from the beach, a sheer wall facing the sea. To the side of it, we climbed a tortuous path, past a waterfall, till we came to a small plateau with a small lake cupped in it. Around the lake, we followed him to an opening in the granite wall, and then through a continuously downward path till...
Seems like we're on our way back down to the beach again, except inside.
Exactly, Mr. Pencroft.
Well, we must have come a couple of 100 feet through this narrow cave, Captain.
Not much further. This is a fascinating formation. At one time, I believe the lake above and the sea itself were one, filling these caverns.
It won't come back and drown us now, will it?
No chance. You'll see why in a moment. Now, welcome to your new home.
Why, it's huge.
And all those windows opening onto the sea.
That's why the sea no longer boils up into the lake. It broke through the granite eventually.
Oh, it must be 60 feet down to the beach.
A little less.
But if we lived here, we'd have to have all that climb up and then hundreds of feet back down again.
Not at all, Mr. Pencroft. We would build a stout door to protect our rear. Rope ladders from our windows to come and go, which could be drawn up if need be. Use the waterfall for power to help our machines, and build our boat ready to be launched in the river mouth down below.
Well, I understand, Captain Harding, but do we need all that protection?
Who knows? Are we not all sure there is some other presence on our island?
We moved in, and we made it home, and we started to build our boat, the Bonadventure. Looking back over my diaries, it is hard to believe the time that passed almost unnoticed, but even harder to believe the amount of work that was done. On one of his exploring expeditions, Captain Harding had discovered the tattered remains of the balloon trapped in the treetops. These had been brought back to make sails. And at last, the great day of launching had happened, and we sailed within the lagoon, finding the Bonadventure handled very well. It was just at dusk, as we were returning to our mooring, that a strange thing happened.
Help, Neb. Come about.
What is it, Pencroft?
Darned if I know. There was an eddy there, like there might be a rock. But watch out to come about. Clear the boom. Trimmer, Neb.
Aye, aye, sir.
No, hold a minute. Let her fall away.
Now what, Pen?
Right there, Captain, where I saw the water break like an eddy. See it? There, a bottle floating.
We came about, circling again. And sure enough, there was a bottle bobbing in the water. Pen sent Neb over the side for it, and in a few minutes, we hauled him in, wet but triumphant.
What have you got, lad?
It's just like Father said, a bottle.
Give it here.
Here you are, sir.
Let's see if we can get this cork
lockout? Yeah.
There's a message inside, or at least a paper. Can you get it, Captain? What does it say?
Just these words. Help. Please. Castaway. Tabor Island. 153 degrees west longitude. 37 degrees, 11 minutes south latitude.
Well, that's not over 70 miles. Just over the horizon. We could make it in this craft easily as sailing downwind.
But not all of us. It's near dusk. Head for the mooring. We'll set all our courses for tomorrow.
I won't go into the discussion that night at any length. It's enough to say that since the boat could not handle more than 3 people, only 2 of us could go. At first, the captain and Pencroft seemed the logical pair, but Pencroft proved to be stubborn. He didn't want to be parted from Neb, and I had to agree that he was right. Everything we attempted was full of danger, and our boat was at best very frail. Obviously, it could be best handled by a seaman and his son. So, uneasily, we bid them goodbye the next morning. During the day, we kept busy, but with nightfall, the captain and I returned to worry and the helplessness of waiting.
I don't like the weather.
Yes, looks as if there's a squall on the way, but it should blow over long before they get back.
Should I have let them go is the real question.
Another human being in trouble? What choice was there?
If he's still there.
Paper looked quite fresh. I don't think that bottle could have been long in the sea.
Thinking back, that's what worries me. Well, nothing we can do but wait.
With the fury of a demon, a tropical storm broke, and huge waves lashed at the shore below us. It was the night of the 3rd day, and we had expected the Bonaventure back this night. Could she live in such a storm?
Where have you been, Captain?
I climbed down the rope ladder. The tides washed all the way to the cliff. I can't get to the bonfires to light them.
Well, perhaps they haven't started back yet.
I told them to spend no more than 1 day, and if they found no one to return.
Maybe they saw the storm making up and delayed.
Perhaps. Or perhaps the note in the bottle was some kind of a trick. The island may be inhabited. They may have been taken prisoner by some hostile tribe. Oh, I should never have let them.
Oh, no, you can't blame yourself.
But I do. Particularly for not being able to get to the signal fires. In the dark, for a wind like this, they miss the island. They may be lost forever. They may... Look! Look, Gideon.
The bonfires! They're lit! They're burning!
Impossible. How could any man in this tide reach the point except by sea?
And no mortal could live in such a sea.
Look out beyond the bonfires. Can you see it winking on the sea? The riding light of the Bonaventure. And the fires will lead it straight to home.
It was the bonfires that saved Pencroft and Neb. And who or what hand had lit them was a question lost the following morning in the excitement of their news. For they had found a castaway on Tabor Island. A new member had joined our society. He was tall, a mass of hair and beard, half clad in animal skins and filthy, more beast than man, and his arms were tightly bound behind his back. When we first reached the island, we thought there was no one there, although we did find an old broken-down shack, but that looked as though nobody lived there anymore either.
Then we found him, running on all fours like an animal. When we tried to come nearer, he attacked us. And I don't think we could have handled him if I hadn't had a pistol to bring him to his senses.
Oh, he gave me a whopper of a black eye, and we had to tie him up. He didn't want to come with us at first, and, well, he won't talk. You can't get a word out of him.
Then you don't know his name, or who he is, or what he was doing there?
That's enough. I'm British.
What's your name?
That's as may be.
You ashamed of it?
Who are you, Governor?
Captain Cyrus Harding.
Oh, a military man, eh?
Union Army.
Never heard of it. You American?
I am.
What are you doing on this here island?
We're castaways, just like you. Captain Pencroft, sea captain that is, his son Neb, and Mr. Gideon Spilett of the New York Herald. Now you tell me, what were you doing on that island?
Oh, now that's a long story.
Captain Harding!
Captain Harding, sir.
Yes, Neb, what is it?
I think you better bring your spyglass, sir. It looks like there's a ship on the horizon.
A what?
Here's the glass, Captain.
Where's my... Oh, thank you, Pencroft. Where away, boy?
East by northeast, sir. About 60 points.
By Tophet, you're right, Neb. There is a sail. Can you make her, Captain?
She's too low on the horizon yet, but ship it is.
We're saved! We're saved!
I wouldn't be too sure on that yet, sir. Not if I was you.
In the midst of their excitement, all four of them turned to the stranger among them, their wild burst of hope and enthusiasm dampened, chilled as though they'd been doused in ice water by the ominous tone of his voice. What does he mean? What enemy could the approaching ship turn out to be? I'll return shortly with Act 3. Well, now, let's see. We left our four castaways gazing in surprise and dismay at the marooned man they had rescued from Tabor Island. But he wasn't looking at them. With his arms still bound behind him, he had moved to one of the great windows in the rock of Granite House and was squinting out to sea with a seaman's eye, his gaze fixed in the direction of the faraway sail, just clearing the horizon.
What do you mean you wouldn't be too sure?
Of that ship, till she comes a lot closer. It'll be an hour or two before she comes near enough to see what she is. It doesn't matter what she is. She's a ship, and it means a chance to get back off this island and home.
Pencroft is right, Captain. I'll go light the bonfires.
Plenty of time for that, my boy. She might sheer off if she sees no sign of life here.
Not much chance of that, I should think. She could mean rescue for you four. And she could be bringing you what I'm afraid she brings me. She could be flying the Black Flag.
The Black Flag?
The Jolly Roger.
A pirate ship.
All right, everyone, let's calm down. Pencroft, take my glass and keep a close lookout on that sail. As for you, I think you'd better tell us this story of yours and make it fast.
Aye, sir. 'Tis 10 long years since I talked to any man. The words come slow and my throat is stiff, but I'll try. As you may have guessed, my trade was the sea. But in 1855, I'd been on the beach in Australia, and in desperation to keep body and soul together, mixed up in various trades, none of them quite legal, I palled about with another no-good who in his cups more than once claimed to be the legal heir of Lord Glenarvan.
You mean the millionaire, the shipping magnate?
Yes, the same. I never paid him much heed. And one night in a barroom fight, he was knifed and killed by another Joey of mine.
Joey?
An Australian word for friend, Neb. Go on.
About a year later, this big steam yacht put into Melbourne, and it's his lordship looking for his son. Between us, Bob Joyce and myself, we saw a real opportunity to make our pile and end up rich. The plan was simple. Lord Glenarvan's ship needed to take on some crew. I was to say I knew where young Glenarvan might be found. And then, ship aboard with some men we had on our side, and enough of Bob Joyce's gold to buy enough others in the crew.
For what purpose? The boy was dead. Where could you lead them?
Just far enough to sea to take over the ship. Now, don't forget, a steam sail ship in those days in Australian waters. We'd have a freebooter which could own the seas.
What's a freebooter?
A pirate ship. And I take it something went wrong with your plan.
Yes, that's right. One of the crew I tried to buy went to the mate and threw him before Captain Gray. I'll never forget that day as long as I live.
This sailor, fully proved guilty of the crime of fomenting mutiny, shall forthwith be hanged from the yard arm
as an example.
Moment, Captain Gray. May I speak to the condemned?
Of course, your lordship.
I can do little to save you, but... First, my son is dead.
You can take the word of a dying man.
Who killed him?
That's not for me to say.
Give me the name of the man so I can hunt him down, and perhaps I can save your life.
Well, why should I protect him now, whatever? The knife was in the back. His name is Bob Joyce.
Very good. Bob Joyce. If I find this man, would you be witness against him?
Well, that's a hard promise to make. Since within 15 minutes, I'll be dancing on the end of a yardarm.
I could intercede.
And have me set free?
No one can promise that. On his ship by maritime law, a captain is in total command. Yet, I am sure my request could save your life.
You do that, my lord. And whenever you need me, just call on me. Oh, his lordship was as good as his word, as far as it went. Oh, I was saved from the gallows. But by the captain's orders, marooned on Tabor Island for the rest of my life.
His lordship has never returned to call on you, as you suggested?
No, sir.
Why do you suppose that is?
Well, until 2 years ago or thereabout, I had supposed because Bob Joyce was dead. And then...
And then?
A ship came to call at my island. I was delirious with joy. But some sixth sense warned me. I let the boat land, remaining hidden in a secret place. Saw the men who felt I had betrayed him, Bob Joyce, and heard him. He vowed he would search every island in this area until he found me either dead or exterminated.
Well, why was he so violent against you?
Because he felt I betrayed him, condemned him to a life of piracy and fleeing the hangman.
And that's why you're afraid of this ship we see bearing down on us. That it may be his ship.
Yes, Captain. Because if it is, I'll give you my word for what it's worth that he will destroy me and all the rest of us without a single regret.
I don't think there was one of us who wasn't deeply affected by the story Ayrton told, or not convinced of his honest repentance after the punishment he had suffered. But we had little time to dwell on that, for under a steady wind, the ship was upon us sooner than we expected. Less than a mile offshore, she came about, and after breaking out the Jolly Roger...
Hold your fire.
But she fired on us.
The advantage of cannon, she's beyond our range.
You're right, Captain. Don't answer that fire. It's what she's looking for.
You mean to see if the island is inhabited?
That's right, yes.
Then if we don't answer, she won't anchor and beat off again?
No. We won't be that lucky. Put some boats ashore.
Some boats?
Aye, lad. There's 40 to 50 men aboard her. Far more than we can handle, except one way.
Which way is that?
You'd have to trust me.
To do what?
I see a spit of land going out there. It can't be more than half a mile to the ship from there. It's coming on to nightfall. Free my arms, take me out there, and I'll guarantee to swim to the ship and set off the powder magazine and blow them all to hell where they belong. And if I fail, what have you lost?
Under cover of darkness, Neb and I sneaked down with him to the point, leaving the captain and Pencroft to hold the fort. Neb and I were armed with guns to protect him if he had to make a run for it. At exactly midnight, he slipped into the water for the long swim, and Neb and I settled down to wait and pray for his safe return. In less than an hour, all hell broke loose across the water in the dark.
We got him! He was discovered!
Now, that much is obvious.
How can we help him to escape?
Mostly by keeping quiet and praying. The trouble is, we never should have risked this.
Oh, well, why?
Because obviously now they know there's someone on the island. And it won't take long to discover how few of us there are.
Well, why should they bother us? I mean, maybe they'll just sail away.
No, I wouldn't count on it. They'll have to come to shore for water and... explosion had spread to the night. In the flare of it, we could see the ship exploding literally into fragments, which burst into the air in a spray, and for a long time, like a flaming rocket, hovered, till at last all the fragments came down to the sea and hissed out. Once again, it was black,
We waited tensely, and at last we heard the splashing of a swimmer coming near. Guns at ready, we greeted...
Mr. Ayrton!
Aye, lad. Oh, give me a hand.
Here.
A long swim.
And a worthy one. You got to their powder magazine.
No, not I. They found me before I could get there.
The pirates?
It was them, all right. We all had a fortunate escape.
Oh, thanks to you.
No thanks to me, lad.
But their powder magazine blew up.
Not through my efforts.
Well, whose?
Maybe the good gods, but some other hand than mine.
He's passed out, Mr. Gideon.
Yes, exhaustion, I hope. Here, I'll take care of him.
How is he?
Not hurt. Just sheer exhaustion. Neb tell you about the...
Yes, and as you can see, now it's getting light. There's no trace of the ship, and...
Well, what is it?
Look, maybe that's our answer.
To what?
To the blowing up of the ship. The chest with the supplies, the bottle with the message. Everything that's been happening to us since we landed on this mysterious island.
I looked, and rising from the sea was a sight I had never seen. A man, or was it a man, clothed in rubber with a great iron bubble on his head and 2 heavy tanks strapped to his back. Could it be human? Or was it something straight from the bowels of hell?
Yes, gentlemen. I blew up your pirate ship. I am the answer to many strange things that have happened to you since you reached this island. Yes, I am, if you will, your benefactor. Now you must help me.
But who are you, sir?
My name, Captain Harding. It is and will never be other than Captain Nemo.
Nemo? The famous Captain Nemo of the Nautilus?
And of 20,000 leagues under the sea, the same.
But I thought, well, most people believe that you and your fabulous undersea craft were destroyed.
A belief since I shunned the company of men. I was happy for the world to accept. For all these years, I have combed the underworld of the sea alone, in peace.
And your crew?
One by one, Captain Harding, the sea, the rigors of our life, have taken their toll. At last, 3 years ago, I was left alone.
And the Nautilus, that fabulous undersea craft.
I piloted it to its grave under this granite cave you live in.
The well. You used to come up it in your diving apparatus and occupy this chamber for your own.
Right. When you came to the island, I wanted to help. I did it the best I could.
The chest of supplies and tools.
The bonfires that were lighted to bring us home.
My rescue from the sea and tops.
The bottle with the message that Ayrton was marooned on Tabor's Island.
But why? Why didn't you reveal yourself?
My history is my flight from my fellow man.
And now you choose to reveal yourself? Why?
Because I am dying. I have made my last effort in your behalf by blowing up the pirate ship. Now I ask a return from you.
What?
Buried in a subterranean chamber below this granite house of yours lies the Nautilus. I am going to it to die. I ask you to make it my coffin.
What is it you're asking?
Restore my diving equipment to me. Let me descend through the well to my rest. Besides the explosive I used to destroy the pirate ship, I brought a chest. My gift to the living. Now let me go.
Gift to the living? You may go, but where do we go from here?
I can tell you where you must go.
Must go?
At least away from this island. The forces that trap the Nautilus are again burbling. There is an eruption coming which in my belief will bury this island in the sea. Mark my words. As soon as I descend to my burial chamber, you must set sail.
In the Bonadventure? Well, it has barely room for 3.
Nevertheless, Mr. Spilett, you must load it to the gunnels.
But any reasonable sea would swamp us.
You must trust my belief that there will be no unreasonable sea.
But where would we head for?
Northeast by east, tracing the path you came. Only this time you travel the surface of the earth. Follow the trades, and you will reach the Hawaiian Islands.
That's a wild venture.
Not if you take my charts and the chest I leave you. Find your way home.
And you?
The sands of my life have run out. Once I am back where I have lived in isolation for years, I will be content with what is to come. But you leave fast.
We left the island as we came, leaving every possession with weight behind. Oh, we sailed bravely away on the Bonaventure, wallowing in the sea. We had been forced there by the prophecy of Captain Nemo when the center of the island started to spout fire and later brimstone, and the whole earth had rolled in a terrifying warning that the island was about to blow up. We watched while it did, and within all of us was a thankful prayer.
The secret of Mysterious Island, what is it? That life is made to be lived, no matter how we find it, or how it may present itself to us, and that beyond us there is a special being. Yes, if you want to believe in that, and if you do, you can believe that he can make anything possible, or much more important, that through him you can make anything possible. If you just try hard enough. I'll be back shortly. A unique and fascinating man, Jules Verne. Over a century ago, he was opening vistas far beyond the vision of the ordinary man, charting unknown seas and revealing what lay beneath them, ranging across unclimbed mountains, through virgin forests, reaching even deep into the heart of the earth to bring his readers the world of imagination. Where would the rest of us be if the dreamers and the visionaries didn't possess the keys to keep opening new doors to new tomorrows? Thank God for Jules Verne. Our cast included Earl Hammond, Leon Janney, Jackson Beck, and Roger Barron. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. I'm E.G. Marshall. Tell me the truth. Are you sensitive, impressionable, tender-hearted? Squeamish, maybe? Are your sensibilities easily offended? Are you fussy or persnickety? If you are all or any of these things, perhaps you had better not listen to what follows, for the tale we are going to tell you is aptly called a horror story. Our mystery drama, A Horror Story, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Robert Dryden.
been warned. You're about to hear as dreadful a tale as has ever been told, appalling in its frightfulness. So pause a moment. Think hard whether you're able to endure it. If you have qualms about listening, turn to something sweet and soothing. But I urge you to gather your courage and listen.
Nothing on the first floor, nothing on the second. Only the third floor remains to be explored. Why do I bother? Why do I persist? Well, if anyone cares, this place fascinates me. Has for 20 years. Ever since I first came to New Orleans in 1829 and saw a crowd of frightened people gathered outside this building on Common Street. By eavesdropping among them, I learned that they thought the place haunted by a collection of gruesome ghosts. Now, let's see what's in here. Oh, I declare, if the third floor yields no more than the other two, ooh, I say, what an exquisite fireplace. So delicate, pure Adam. As a world traveler, I've become something of a connoisseur. Still, Oh, what's this? Looks like a loose brick in the chimney breast. Oh, really, the town should take better care of... Let's see if I can pry it loose. Oh, yes, I can. Oh, why are people so neglectful? Still, no one comes here anymore. They're too frightened, I suppose. Imagine being afraid of ghosts. Got it. Good. Now, what may I find here? What could there be in the space behind the... Oh, yes. There's something. Yes. There's a little book. A little book bound in red Morocco leather. And then... Wait, what have we here? Oh, good gracious. A pair of shoes. Oh, how sweet, how dainty. Now back to the little book. Oh, my word. It's a diary. And the name embossed on the cover is plain as day. Gaston Donnet.
Gaston Donnet.
Monsieur Sauvinet?
Come here immediately.
Something wrong, Monsieur Sauvinet?
An emergency. The Count is coming for dinner. It's his first visit to the Palais Sauvinet, and what do you think has happened? The head chef has had an accident, and he's in the hospital.
Oh, what a pity.
Well, you know who the Count is, don't you?
Oh, I know. What's to be done?
There's nothing to be done but turn the whole thing over to you, Gaston.
What? But I've been engaged as assistant chef. I don't have the capacity, the experience.
My friend, there is no help for it. I'll tell you what. I'll give you Pierre all to yourself.
Pierre? The scullery boy?
Well, he's been with me for 2 whole years. Pierre, come here. You'll see Pierre is very knowledgeable.
Yes, Monsieur Sauvinet.
Pierre, my boy, who do you think will dine with us tonight? The Count himself, friend to the king.
But the head chef, he's at the hospital.
Unhappily, but we must not let that affect us in the least. Monsieur Gaston Donnet here will be in charge.
Oh.
And you, Pierre, you ought to leave everything else to others and devote yourself to him. Do you understand?
I understand.
Now, what shall we prepare for the Count, huh? Perhaps a leg of lamb Eslington with the proper vegetables? A Normandy sole before that. Oh, and for his particular pleasure, truffles served in the silver cocotte and wrapped in our finest linen napkin.
The poor Gaston Donnet, poor chap. It's no small thing to prepare a superlative dinner for an important client. I know. I've wandered the world. I've been in Paris, more than once. Well, let us read on in the diary what happens next. When the Count has eaten his dinner of truffles, of Normandy sole, of lamb Eslington, and all accompanied with the best wine, and all finished off with an exquisite plum brandy, what then?
Success, Gaston. Oh, what a great success.
I'm so happy, Monsieur Sauvinet.
He raved about the souffle. He was ecstatic over the leg of lamb. He all but kissed
the vegetables. Oh, let the head chef stay in the hospital. You, Gaston Donnet, you are the best chef in all of Paris.
Oh, Monsieur Sauvinet, surely not.
Now listen, dear chap. The Count intimated to me just before he departed. He plans to come back soon.
It's too much.
Now, dry your eyes and get on home, because that's where I'm going. Pierre?
Monsieur?
You'll close the place, won't you, so that our heroic friend here can go home?
Yes, Monsieur Sauvinet.
Then good night, my valiant Gaston. Good night until tomorrow.
Good night.
Oh, what a glorious night it has been.
Aren't you going home, Monsieur Donnet?
What? Home?
To tell your wife about your success.
I have no wife.
Oh, there must be someone you can boast to.
Monsieur Sauvinet said the Count adored the souffle and the lamb. All but kissed the vegetables, he said. But he said nothing about the truffles.
No, he didn't.
The beautiful truffles in the silver cocotte. Pierre, did the Count enjoy the truffles, do you think?
Well...
If so, why didn't Monsieur Sauvinet mention it?
Well, they were a little overcooked.
Overcooked? You said overcooked?
I heard the Count remark to his lady friend that they were slightly overdone. After all, they require only 7 to 8 minutes in the oven, and yours were in there for 10.
That's not so. That's not so.
Oh, yes, I noticed. At least 10 minutes.
Why, you dirty little beggar.
Why, you... Keep away from me. Keep away from me. That knife. No, the knife. Put down the knife.
Filth.
Oh, you killed my...
Piece of dirt. Nothing but a piece of dirt. Absolutely incredible. Fantastic. Oh, my, I'm not at all sure I should let you hear this part. It's well, we've read this far together, and I know you're perishing to find out what comes next, so... All right. Gaston Donnet, as you've heard, stuck a kitchen knife right through Pierre's heart, and Pierre fell down dead. Then Gaston, appalled at what he'd done, dragged the boy's body into the little cuisine, and there he... Oh, there I tell you. There, he removed Pierre's clothes and burned them in the small fireplace ordinarily used to incinerate discarded skin and feathers and other rubbish. Then he... Oh, this is fantastic. He dissected and dismembered the body and removed every last bit of flesh. And then... really, this part is superb. He prepared the flesh in any number of ways. Marinated, stuffed, gratinade, minced, pickled, smoked. Oh, you do have to admire the man's ingenuity. Oh, say you do. Then the following day, there was such an outcry in the kitchen. Where is he? Where is that boy? Where is that good-for-nothing boy?
Gaston, heaven's name, what's the matter?
Stupid upstart. Pierre never showed up, Monsieur Sauvinet. I've waited all morning. I've searched the place. No sign of him. No word from him. Nothing.
Gaston, calm yourself.
What am I to do without a scullery boy?
I shall find you a scullery boy. Within the hour, you shall have a scullery boy, and a good one, too. Because you know what? The Count is repeating his visit.
The Count?
Yes. He's enamored of your cooking. Who knows? One day he might invite the king to be his guest.
Would he come?
Who knows? Now, what shall we serve the Count tonight, huh?
Monsieur Sauvinet, is it true that the Count did not appreciate my truffles? I heard something to the effect...
Oh, that was nothing. A trifle overcooked, he said, but it was nothing. Now, for this evening, first, some scampi, perhaps?
Leave the menu to me, monsieur. I shall prepare something incomparable. Something
new.
You don't want to tell me what you have in mind.
I want to work from my own inspiration, my own invention. I want it to be a surprise. Oh, I don't have to tell you, do I? That evening's repast was a mad success, a wild triumph, start to finish. Such fragrance, freshness, such combinations of flavors, 8 courses, and each one better than the last. The Count and his dinner guests agreed to a man that never in their gastronomic lives had they enjoyed such a repast, and they sent a great storm of compliments to the genius chef. Oh, isn't it marvelous? Isn't it divine? For, of course, you know what they had eaten with such gusto.
Oh, my dear Gaston, let me kiss you. Both cheeks. Oh, I kiss your hands.
The Count and his friends enjoyed their dinner?
Enjoyed. They were rapturous, Gaston. They were ecstatic. They were beside themselves.
Ah, I'm so glad.
And the new scullery boy, Francois, he served you well?
Well enough.
Francois is a good boy, but you need no one but yourself and your incomparable talent.
Ah, you're very kind.
Gaston, I cannot keep a secret. I must tell you.
What secret is that?
The Count is coming back.
Oh?
And this time, tomorrow or the night after, but certainly within a week, he hopes to bring a guest, a solitary guest.
A lady?
Oh, I think not. A gentleman, a high-born gentleman. The most noble gentleman of them all.
What you mean?
A royal gentleman, Gaston.
Him?
Of course, he will come disguised. It wouldn't do.
Oh, no, of course not. No.
And the Count wants you to prepare for this noble, this royal gentleman the same dinner you prepared tonight.
The same?
The very same. Oh, my reputation is made. Just wait till everyone hears.
Francois, come here, my boy. Oh, and bring the large mallet with you. The one we use to hammer out the scallops. Oh, yes, that's the one. Hand it over. Thank you, Francois. Now, turn around. No, face the other way. Yes, that's it. Now stand very still. I'm sorry, Francois. But what else could I do? It doesn't say in the diary if the Count's guest was actually the king himself, although it does say that both gentlemen enjoyed their dinner immensely and sent the most effusive compliments to the chef. However, according to what it says here, shortly thereafter, great outcries were raised by the mothers of the 2 vanished boys, and Gaston Donnet suddenly left Paris, never to return. Which is quite understandable, wouldn't you say?
Ready to continue? Be very sure, won't you? Because there's more to come. And if your heart stops or your hair turns white, don't blame me. I warned you, didn't I? Yes, I did. I told you from the very beginning, this is a horror story. Shall we proceed, sweet ladies, kind gentlemen? Remember, this tale has come down to us in the form of a legend, built little by little by one storyteller after another. Each one delighted in what he had been told and then added whatever provocative details he thought might captivate his audience and seduce it into listening longer. That is, after all, how legends have come into being since the world began.
Ready for the diary again, And for a change of scene? In 1829, New Orleans was already a fair city and a prosperous one. A proud and stylish and extremely forceful man, Mr. Poncet, was the leading citizen of New Orleans. And into his office one day stepped a sturdy, aggressive man who looked to be about, 50 years of age. Mr. Poncet, I believe.
The same, sir. And whom do I have the pleasure of addressing?
My name is Ferraud, sir. Lucien Ferraud.
A stranger to New Orleans?
Well, not completely, sir. I have been plying my trade for some months.
And your trade is?
I am a shoemaker.
You mend shoes, do you?
No, I do not mend shoes, Mr. Poncet. I make shoes by hand. I cut every piece of leather. I sew every stitch with these two hands.
I see. Well, now, what can I do for you, Mr. Ferraud?
Everyone tells me you are the most influential man in New Orleans. I want to buy that building on Common Street.
Which one do you have your eye on?
The one with 3 stories, 6 chimneys. It's the only one vacant at present.
And you want to move your shoemaking enterprise into that building?
I do, sir.
Isn't it a bit large? 3 floors?
1 floor. The first one will suffice for my workroom. The 3rd floor, that will be my home. I have walked through it. The light is wonderful, and the exquisite fireplaces in every room.
But do you need so many rooms, a man living alone?
But I shall not be living alone. I got married yesterday.
Did you now? Well, that's splendid. Congratulations.
As soon as Camille said yes, I made up my mind that the building on Common Street must be mine. You're married?
Alas, I am a widower. But my beloved wife blessed me with a daughter, my angelic Monique, who is more precious to me than all the world's treasure.
Of course. How old is Monique?
17 in a few months. Soon she will make her debut.
Oh, how splendid.
It will be splendid, I promise you that, sir. I'm willing to spend half of all I've got to see that she's introduced to society in the grand style.
Perhaps when she has chosen her gown and had it made, perhaps you would come to me for the shoes.
Perhaps I shall. By the way, Ferraud, what do you propose to do with the 2nd floor? You'll have your little shop on the 1st, you'll have your living quarters on the 3rd, but what about the 2nd? What'll you do with that?
Oh, I'll find a use for it. Things are settling down. Quite a prosaic little diary, after all. There are lots of mundane details I won't bother to pass on to you, all about Ferraud fixing up the top floor, this very floor which I stand on now, and moving in with his rather colorless wife, Camille. Grandiose claims of how his shoemaking industry flourished. A lot of petty boasting that you wouldn't be interested in. But now... yes. Here it starts to get interesting again. You like this part, I think.
Good morning, Mrs. I was looking for Mr. Lucien Ferraud. Is he here?
He's gone out on an errand.
But he will be back.
He didn't say when.
Oh. I wanted to ask him to make something for me, something very special for my daughter, Monique Poncet. You work here for Mr. Ferraud?
I'm his wife.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I haven't had the pleasure. Tell me, Mrs. Ferraud, are you enjoying your new home?
It's very nice.
Your husband's fame is spreading, all over New Orleans.
So he tells me.
Everyone says his slippers are the softest, the most pliable, so flexible. The ladies who worn them say they can dance all night and on into the morning.
So I've heard.
I'll tell you why I'm here, Mrs. Ferraud. I wanted to order a pair of his wonderful slippers for my daughter, Monique. Look here, I brought a swatch of the material. dresses to be made from. My daughter has dark hair and dark eyes. Well, you can see. This is the material.
Damask, isn't it?
I believe that is what they call it. White damask, with just the faintest little thread of gold running through it.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Now, if your husband can make shoes to match, will he be back soon, do you think?
I've got no way of knowing. He never tells me anything.
Oh, well, I'll wait a bit.
Suit yourself.
Tell me, your husband has rented out the second floor, hasn't he?
Yes, he has.
To a restaurateur, I believe. A private dining salon, they say.
So they say.
Small, but elegant.
So I've heard.
Oh, forgive me, Mrs. Farrow, but you talk as though you've never seen it.
I never have.
Well, I am surprised. Your husband makes an excellent investment, and you don't even care to see it?
Oh, I care.
It's grown famous all over New Orleans. The cuisine, everyone raves about it.
So he tells me.
But you have never dined there.
Oh, no. Here's my husband now.
Ah, Mr. Ponce.
Glad to see you, Mr. Farrow.
Mr. Ponce wants to order a pair of slippers.
Oh, fine.
For Monique, for my daughter. I showed your wife the material her dress is being made from. You see, this is a small swatch.
Very nice.
I can get more if you'd care to make the slippers to match exactly.
No, that wouldn't do at all.
Well, I simply thought...
I have my own materials.
Well, if you insist.
I do insist. My materials are 1,000 times more pliant than this damask.
Oh, whatever you say, Farrow. Well, good day, Mrs. Farrow.
Good day.
How long was he here?
Only a few minutes, Lucien.
That's all?
We chose to wait for you.
What did you two talk about?
Oh, your success for the most part. He mentioned the restaurant on the second floor. He asked if I'd ever dined there.
He asked you that?
Of course, I said I hadn't. I said I'd never even set foot in the place. Why can't I see it, Lucien?
Because I say you can't.
But why can't I? I'd like to so much, Lucien.
I've already told you why you can't.
Because you say I can't.
Precisely.
I see. But I'd certainly like to.
I hesitate to tell you what the next few pages of the diary hold. Oh, I don't think I can read on. Yet I must, if we're ever to finish this macabre tale. So I'll just tell you straight out. The secret material Farrow used for his extraordinary slippers was human skin. There, I've said it. And the source of his supply was the slave market. Oh, my word, what a really terrible fellow he was. Yet you do have to admire his enterprise and his courage in setting it all down here. You do have to respect that, don't you?
Yes, sir? Do you have a reservation?
Oh, yes. The name is Ponce, table for two.
Ah, may I show you to your table, Mr. Ponce?
I suppose you might as well, but keep an eye out for my daughter, will you? We're dining together. She has dark hair, dark eyes, and she'll arrive alone.
I'll watch for her and bring her to you. Ah, here's your table. Can I order you an aperitif?
Oh, no, thank you. I'll just wait for my daughter.
As you wish, sir.
My appetite has been whetted by what I've heard of your cuisine. I'm looking forward to...
I beg your pardon. I think I see a lady alone. It could be your daughter.
Monique. Her name is Monique.
Good evening, madame. You're expecting a gentleman?
No, I'm by myself. I just wanted to see what it looks like.
The management does not permit ladies unescorted.
Are you the owner?
I am the owner. Now, if you please...
Lucien Farrow is my husband. He's your landlord.
I cannot permit you to stay.
He owns this entire building. It's his shoe shop on the first floor. I help him there sometimes, and we live on the third floor. But I've never set foot on this floor, and I thought
Absolutely impossible.
If I could just look in this once.
On the other hand, come with me. I'll show you the whole place.
Oh, it's lovely.
I'll show you everything.
You're very kind.
Through this door here, if you please.
Is there another room?
Yes. Through here.
Oh, but...
Gone.
But I don't... but this is the kitchen.
It is the kitchen, and that is the back door.
But I don't want...
And you're leaving by the back door.
No, I don't
You're leaving now.
I don't want to leave.
Now, Camille, this instant.
You called me Camille.
Oh, Lord.
How do you know my name?
Shut up, woman, shut up.
Why? Lucien. It's you. What on earth have you done to yourself?
Shut your mouth.
But you look so young. You sound so young. You're quite different.
You be quiet and get out, Camille. You'll ruin me.
What's the point of this masquerade? Why are you pretending to be two people? You're a fine shoemaker. Why do you have to be a chef as well?
Why should I be one man when I can be two?
But which is my husband? What is my name? You can't go on with this deception. You must stop.
Never. We shall be so rich, Camille.
No. I won't go on this way. I can't. I don't know who I am, who you are. I'll tell everyone.
You'll tell no one.
You're joking me.
Oh, Camille. Poor Camille. Why did you do it? Why did you come here just when everything was going so well? Poor Camille, indeed. For her desperately ambitious husband strangled her right there in his own kitchen. And then... Oh, merciful heavens, I hate to tell you what comes next, what it says here. As he looked around him, and the pots and the pans and all the accoutrements of his profession, the thought crossed his mind that... Oh, how can I say it? He thought to himself, what a fantastic dish I shall serve my customers tomorrow night.
The strange, the weird, the grotesque, the bizarre. We so seldom encounter such things in our ordinary lives. They are confined to the world of fantasy, of fiction, of fable. And for my own part, I am perfectly content that such should be the case. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Back to our legend, which was invented to curdle your blood and freeze the marrow in your bones. If it has not done so, then it has failed in its purpose. For to make you gasp, exclaim, to make the hairs on your body stand on end, why, that is the very proper purpose of a horror story.
Oh, I'm feeling better now. Able to read on, I think. There's a passage here that reveals what you must already have guessed. The proprietor of the restaurant on the second floor was not only Lucien Ferraud, he was likewise Gaston Donnet from Paris. Oh, dear me, how things are turned around in this world. It's enough to make one's head spin. Well, anyway, the diary goes on quite calmly for a while, and then...
Ah, Mr. Ferraud.
Mr. Poncet. Welcome to my little shop.
You're looking extremely well.
Oh, thank you. I never felt better.
And your charming wife, is she doing well?
Satisfactorily, thank you.
I'm sorry not to see her.
She's elsewhere.
You know, it was to your wife that I first showed the little swatch of damask. She admired it so much. And I told her about Monique's debut. She seemed most interested.
Yes, I'm sure she was.
Oh, yes, we had nice little chat. We spoke of your tenant.
My tenant?
The man to whom you let the second floor.
Oh, yes.
And the restaurant that he opened. Why, it's become almost as famous in New Orleans as your delectable little slippers.
Has it indeed? Yes. Well, shall I fetch the slippers, Mr. Ponce, for your daughter?
Ah, Monique's slippers.
Yes.
Of course. That's what I came for.
I have them right here. Here. Here they are.
Oh, Mr. Farrow. Oh, my friend.
You like them?
Like them? I have no words to convey what I feel. How white they are. How pure and white.
Yes.
Oh, they are like jewels. Royal jewels.
I call them my masterpiece.
Has your wife seen them?
Any? No. I haven't shown them to her.
It'd be so nice if she were to come in right now.
That is unlikely.
Before I take them home?
You might have a long wait.
Yes, you're right. I must take them home and show them to Monique. God bless you, Farrow, and give you continued success.
Have you guessed it? Has your clever little mind penetrated the secret of Lucien Farrow's latest adventure? Have you succeeded in following the intricacies of his criminality? If so, I don't have to tell you that the soft and subtle slippers which Mr. Ponce carried home in triumph were made of the white, young skin of Camille Farrow.
Farrow! Are you here? Where are you, you rogue? Come out here! Mrs. Farrow, are you here? I must see your husband at once. It is imperative. Well, I must see someone. I must see someone now.
You were looking for me?
You villain, you monster.
Something is wrong, sir.
Fiend, a devil.
I, Mr. Ponce, what
or are you a sorcerer, a wizard?
Mr. Ponce.
Or do you have the evil eye? Confess, you barbarian.
But what is it? What must I confess to?
Oh, you know very well.
No, I don't. Mr. Ponce, you left here an hour ago with the slippers. You seemed happy.
The slippers, yes, the slippers.
You don't like the
slippers? Those cursed slippers, the abominable
your
slippers.
Your daughter does not like the slippers.
There are your slippers. Take them.
You're bringing them back?
You take them and never let me see them again.
You don't want them?
You unwrap them and you'll see. Unwrap them and see what you have created. Unwrap them and behold your masterpiece.
I shall.
Not in my presence, you won't. Wait till I'm out the door and never come near me again.
What in the world? What went wrong? What? What's that? What's that sound? Can it be? Is it in here? My slippers! My beautiful white slippers! What's got into them? What are you saying? Are you mad? Wait, no, come back! Stay still! Where are you going? What's got into you? No, don't touch me! Not me! Not me! Stay away from me! I'll go upstairs. They're following me. Give me a minute. If I can get to my own floor, my own place. There's one more floor. To the top. I'll hide. Yes. I'll hide. I'll hide here. Fire! They're here! They got in! They're coming at me! They're on me! They're crawling up my back! My hair! On my face! Oh, no! They're sliding down my back! Good Lord! No! Heavenly Father, they're on my diary. No one must ever see my diary. No one would ever know what I have done. If anyone is to know... Oh, no. Heaven forbid. Where can I hide it so that... Yes. I'll hide it here behind this brick in the chimney. Yes, here. Behind this brick. No one will ever find it. Now. I just would got the brick. Oh, Lord! The slippers have skittered into the chimney. They're sitting on top of the diary. At any rate, they're not chasing me. Put back the brick now. A piece. A little piece. Yes. Quiet. No noise. All quiet now. It's all very quiet. Camille, where are you? Where have you gone, Camille? And Francois and Pierre. Oh, the police. They're here to get me. They're going to arrest me. But what have I done? I haven't done anything. Just tried to make a living. Had a little success. And I'm innocent. I'm innocent.
Dear friends and citizens, may I have your attention? I know you expect from me some explanation of what was found in the place on Common Street a few weeks back. The authorities have said that I might tell you all that is known, though how it all came about is a matter for conjecture. When the police broke in on the third floor of the Common Street building, they found... be brave, my friends. Be prepared for something horrendous. They found a dead man. They think they recognized him as the owner of the building, though, to be brutally honest, they could not be absolutely sure because the body, good people, had been skinned. Yes, my friends, they have concluded that this poor man went mad and flayed himself alive.
I know what you're saying to yourself. Yes, I do. You're saying, how could he read all that last part in the diary? How could anybody have written it down with the slippers carrying on like that? It's impossible. Well, you're right. The reason I know what happened is that I am Gaston Donnet, later Lucien Ferraud. That is to say, I am his astral, his etherical body, vulgarly called a ghost. So I know all about it. Oh, and that banging at the door that poor Donnet Ferraud thought was the police? No, not so. It was two ordinary men who knocked. One wanted to buy the restaurant for an astronomical sum. The other had come all the way from Paris. A certain wealthy count had died and left a quantity of money to Gaston Donnet in memory of a marvelous meal he had cooked for the count some years before. All that work for nothing. Where did I go wrong? Where?
It seems clear that there was a place on Common Street in New Orleans 150 years ago, and a man certainly did rent it, and opened a shoe shop on the first floor, and rented out the second floor for a restaurant, and lived with his wife on the third floor, and later died. And no doubt there was something strange about the man. But those are all the verifiable facts we have. As for the rest, well, you know how people talk. And as they talk, legends are born. And legends grow. And legends never die. I'll be back shortly. The horror story in modern literature started with The Castle of Otranto, written by Horace Walpole, quickly followed by The Mysteries of Udolpho by Anne Radcliffe. Honoré Balzac took up the form and improved on it in France. Bulwer Lytton rivaled him in England. And in America, it was brought to a peak by our own Edgar Allan Poe. Let's face it, the horror story is here to stay. Our cast included Robert Dryden, Mary Jane Higby, Ian Martin, and Arnold Moss. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Secretary of State Vance continues his trip to the Middle East, trying to find a way to resolve the problems holding up a peace treaty between Israel and Egypt. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. Vance would like to see the treaty signed before the deadline of this Sunday, which was previously agreed upon. Before going on to Jerusalem, Vance met in Cairo with President Sadat. Bernard Kalb has a report.
Their meeting lasted more than an hour, and Sadat, who usually enjoys his encounters with reporters, surprised everyone by declining to answer questions, so Vance soloed. He reported good progress without being specific, and he indicated that the U.S. and Egypt had discussed ways of getting around Sadat's insistence on rewriting a provision in the draft peace treaty, a rewrite resisted by Israel. Vance saying that he and Sadat were considering the possibility of interpretive notes or the exchange of letters on a number of items. As for whether the December 17th deadline can be met, Vance was characteristically cautious, saying that while he was not making any predictions, the effort should be made. Vance then flew to Israel specifically for Golda Meir's funeral, but his trip here can also be seen in the context of unofficial shuttle diplomacy. He had an opportunity to meet informally with Foreign Minister Dayan at the airport, possibly relaying Egypt's latest thinking on a peace package. Bernard Kalb, CBS News, Jerusalem.
More news in a moment.
This is Johnny Carson. You got a lumpy head from being hit with too many appeals to the old wallet? Well, keep your hat on for this one. It won't hurt. Just a reminder that every day is a holiday someplace in the world, and there's a good excuse to send someone a greeting card. Holy Day or holiday, your best bet for the greeting card is from UNICEF, United Nations Children's Fund. They've got the cards, terrific cards for every occasion. So send your donation to UNICEF, United Nations, New York, 10017.
The State Department said Monday the United States continues to hope that the Shah of Iran can maintain authority and retain control of his government, but officials in Washington refuse to say whether they think the worst is over for the Shah. In Tehran Monday, an estimated 2 million anti-Shah demonstrators staged a generally peaceful rally against his rule. Violence was reported in 2 other Iranian cities, with 5 people killed in one incident. In Boston Monday night, neurosurgery was performed on 83-year-old Arthur Fiedler, the famed Boston Pops conductor. Hospital officials say the operation was intended to correct problems which have been affecting Fiedler's mobility and gait. Henry Wilson, a spokesman for the Tufts New England Medical Center, had some information on the outcome of the surgery.
Physicians report that Mr. Fiedler tolerated the procedure well and is now in the hospital's neurosurgical special care unit, where his condition is listed as fair. it will be several days before a full post-surgical evaluation can be made.
Because of Fiedler's health problems, plans to televise his 84th birthday celebration on Sunday have been canceled. Explosions and fires were reported to have hit a storage depot used by 4 major oil companies near Salisbury, Rhodesia Monday night. Spectators watching the huge flames said they believed black nationalist guerrillas were to blame. The U.S. dollar has fallen sharply in Tuesday morning's trading on the Tokyo Foreign Exchange. The dollar lost more than 2.5 yen. The early morning armed robbery on Monday at New York's Kennedy Airport has turned out to be one of the largest in the nation's history. Masked gunmen burst into a Lufthansa Airlines cargo hangar and took about $3 million in cash, plus some gold and jewelry. Now this.
Would you hire a person with epilepsy? Before you answer, consider this. Companies that do employ people with epilepsy say these employees often have better job performance, attendance, and safety records than non-handicapped workers. Employers also find that when employees are given the facts about epilepsy, they're most understanding. And even if a person has a seizure on the job, co-workers aren't alarmed. They're helpful. Accident insurance rates don't increase when you employ people with epilepsy. These rates aren't based on who's employed, but on the actual accident experience of the company and of similar companies in the area. Most types of epilepsy are controlled by medication. That's why people who've chosen not to reveal their condition can keep it hidden. Why hide? Well, that gets me back to the question. Would you hire a person with epilepsy? Epilepsy. It's not what you think. Get the facts. Contact your local epilepsy chapter or write Epilepsy Foundation of America, Washington, D.C., 20036.
After setting attendance records at 5 other museums in the United States, the treasures of King Tutankhamun are about to go on display at the Metropolitan Museum in New York. Some 3,000 journalists on Monday were given a press preview of the exhibit, which opens to the public next week, although tickets, which were provided some time ago, are long gone. King Tut had a brief reign in Egypt more than 3,000 years ago. Being displayed are some 55 magnificent gold and jeweled treasures from his tomb. Said one awed spectator Monday, it proves that you can take it with you. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.